is getting heavier.
Yeah.
Guess what Mr. Lenny I chat about
Okay,
this morning?
let's replace that here.
Okay.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Hello and a very warm welcome to this pre-match show of the grand final of Atlanta Open 2025. What a fantastic tournament we've had, a week of fantastic cricket with scintillating action, and it's all come down to this today, the big final, the big showdown between the two best teams of the tournament. Kingsmen and Stallion X have made it all the way to the final, and we can expect a gorgeous final here because the conditions here at Paramveer would be totally fantastic. And the two teams, like I said, they were the best teams and they found their form at the right time to get up to this far, and we can expect a cracking game. And to top it off, I'm extremely privileged and honored. I'm in the company of cricketing royalty, the living legend and the iconic figure, Sir Clive Lloyd, has joined us on the show. Very good morning, Sir Clive, and thank you very much for your time.
Pleasure. Morning to you.
Also, we have got our very own Brian Walters. He's seen everything with us from the com box. He's also joined on the show. Very warm welcome, Brian Walters.
Shah Faisal, a pleasure to be here again in esteemed company. Fantastic day for cricket.
And well, we've seen the 5th edition of Atlanta Open. This tournament has grown over the years. Brian, you've been coming here for many years. Sir Clive, you saw plenty of action yesterday yourself. I'll come back to you, Sir Clive. And what was your first observations and how was your day? How did you find cricket and Atlanta Open yesterday?
Well, this is my first visit to Atlanta. I'm very impressed, I must say. And for this piece of real estate here, I can tell you it's one probably the best piece of cricket in real estate I've seen for quite a while. I can't remember seeing 5 grounds in the same area, sort of thing, and this could be sort of, I would think, a place for a lot of cricket, and I think I'll go further to say that even something like the Under-19 World Cup could be held here, and so I think that this is probably. I'm glad that I came, and I'm very impressed with what I've seen.
And Brian Walters, you've been coming here for many years. The 5-year history of Atlanta Open, it has evolved. How did you see it different this year, and just your experience overall with Atlanta Open over the years?
I think it's been essentially a continuation of the improvement that we've seen on a larger scale. Remember the first few years we were playing on matting wickets. On all things considered, I think you've seen the quality improve. I've seen the facility itself be essentially improved from one year to the next, and just the magnitude of the players themselves. All sorts of players who have improved their stature, have improved their game, and really just put on a proper show for everybody who was able to see. Just really impressed with the overall improvement of the tournament over the last 5 years.
And of course, this tournament has moved from matting pitches onto turf pitches in the last 3 years. That's been a big addition and a big improvement for this tournament, and the quality of the field has also improved over the years. So Clive, you saw action. How about the quality of cricket that you saw?
Yes, it was quite a high standard, I must say. I'm not all for just these guys hitting sixes and so. It's to see them placing the ball, hitting fours, and playing some decent shots. That means that the square is pretty good. And once you improve it, you're going to get much better cricket. But the little bit I saw yesterday, I was very impressed.
Yeah, and, I mean, you're in the best possible position. You played cricket all around the world. You've been in administration as well. So the growth of cricket in associate countries and USA's growth in the last 5 years have been phenomenal. But these kind of tournaments, how important are these for the youngsters and also for the professionals?
Well, I think the first thing they have to do is to get them in the schools, and you know, show films, and baseball is very close to cricket, and you can get some of those baseball players, which we tried to do years ago when we were trying to get MLC cricket going here, and we went to Miami
Stallions.
University, and they had a lot of cricketers from the Commonwealth countries. And when they saw cricket coming, they were quite interested, and they were playing. And you want that to continue. And you couldn't think of a better place to have sport, really. You have the transportation is excellent, rail or air. You have some of the nicest places to visit. You can get any food you want here. You know, the hotels are world class. So you have everything here, and you have a lot of people who would want to come and watch cricket outside of the country that they left, and they, you know, I think this is a pretty good start, and I hope that they continue.
All right, and coming back to today's big finals, two teams have made it. Stallion X is one team, and Kingsmen. But if you go and check the journey of Stallion X, Brian Walters, their road to the final, it hasn't been plain sailing because, like I said, the field was very competitive, and they have to overcome quite a few obstacles to get this far.
They have. For me, the best thing about the Stallions X team is that they can lose significance in one part of the game and they make up for it with the other. You've seen games where they didn't bat as well as they thought that they should have, but they made up for it with the bowling. Or maybe if the bowling is slightly off boil, then the batters come and rescue them. So essentially, they've been able to put together not necessarily the best complete game, but they've been able to make up for any deficiencies in one part of the game with the other.
Okay, and talking about big finals, Sir Clive, our memories still fresh and it will remain forever. You lifted the first two World Cups and all those your iconic pictures of holding the World Cup trophy on the Lord's balcony. Big finals, approaching the first World Cup final. It was, I mean, a new thing back in those days. How did you approach that final? Can you just refresh some of those memories with our viewers?
Well, the point is that we weren't the favourites for that tournament. England was from Australia. Even New Zealand was quite a good team. They've always been quite a good team in one-day cricket early, and but we kept winning, and then winning just like losing is contagious, and the fellas then realized when we played Pakistan, that was the game really. We were chasing 260 odd, and we were 206 for 9. And I remember my accountant, who lived not too, a fellow called Gordon Andrews, who didn't live far away from the ground, and he came and he said, "Clive, you're 66 to 1 to win this game, and I've put some money on you." And I thought he'd lost it, and then he put a case of pale ale. And I kept drinking one every over. We had 14 overs, so you can imagine I was inebriated. But we all hugged, and we realized that this trophy is ours if you come out of that sort of situation. And I remember during the 14 overs, Andy Roberts was stranded in the middle, and the guy didn't collect the ball. So that was it. Because if we had lost that game, we wouldn't have qualified.
Yeah, but on that day, your own dismissal, were you out plumb? I mean, you were furious when you left. I know that.
I hit the ball to where? How did I get it? Caught behind?
Was it given caught behind? I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
if you
so-
hit it or not.
Well, I think Rodney Marsh told me that if there's one person I wouldn't cheat, it's you. So I took that as gospel and went on.
Anything from that final, Brian? Any of your memories?
I was a young man then. I was
He's
7 years
too
old.
young.
But I will say this: I remember the impact that the West Indies cricket team, not just in the World Cup finals, but just throughout the Caribbean, had on uplifting the spirits of an entire region. And I can tell you that back in those days, and I said this the other day, that it's not just the fact that I cannot tell you who the Prime Minister of Trinidad was. I can't tell you who the Prime Minister of Guyana was. Everybody knew
Eric
who the
Williams, I
captain
think.
of the West Indies cricket team was, because at those times you were the largest and the most prominent figure throughout the Caribbean. And that goes beyond cricket. And that's something that I think
That's
we're
what
all
I
very
thought. I
proud
should
of.
have been prime minister.
That works. I would have been okay with it.
Well, we can continue with those memory timelines of Sir Clive and history of West Indies cricket. But coming back to today's final, Stallions, like we just discussed, their road to the final hasn't been easy, but they were able to find heroes when they needed, because they got through some tough phases. This field was competitive. Up when the requirement came, they had to beat the former champions Clarion Eagles, and that was not an easy game for them, but they came through. And every time the knockout situation arose for Stallions, they were able to find resources within their 11. We talk about the likes of Usman, talk about the likes of Hassan Mohsin and plenty of other players, and beating the home team yesterday was icing on the cake for them to get to this final.
Absolutely. So that's what I was referring to yesterday. Earlier, you saw loss at the top of the order. Essentially, you've seen when they lose a wicket at the top of the order, the batters who come afterwards, for example, the Usman Khan, for example, come in playing shots and making sure that he rescues the top order when it fails. And early, you just saw a couple of clips of Ehsan Adil. He and Ghulam Mudassir, those are the types of bowlers who can hit the deck hard, who can essentially create chaos for the opposition batters. So really a solid team, like I was saying earlier. Even when something falls short on their end with either the batting or the bowling, the other department picks it up for them.
Yeah, really in good order, Stallion X, and like I said, you mentioned Ehsan Adil as well, a formidable fast bowler, played international cricket as well. So he is a key, and Ghulam Mudassir. So spin has played a part on these pitches, but they've got also three good quicks. You talk about Asif, Ghulam Mudassir and Ehsan Adil. That is a formidable pace attack. Sir Clive, any suggestion for the finalists going into the final? What should they be the talk in their team huddle?
No, before I go there, the guy that opened the bowling from here, the team that won, he seemed to be a pretty good prospect. He swung it around and he got all the wickets, and he was fairly lively. I think
Elias.
I think he'd be one of the guys to watch today. I think everybody you played to get to the final, and when you get there, well, you had to play well to get there. So really and truly, I think you just continue in the same vein. Play each ball in its merit. Don't give away your wicket. And, it should be at a high premium, and you got to think positively. You look at the pitch and you could say, well, like this could be anything over 180 will give us a chance. So I'm sure with the captains and the managers, they would have assessed the situation. But and you look into the trophy, and I don't know how much they will win if they achieve that. But and it's a good day, sun is out. I don't know how many people will be watching, but it would be quite an interesting final, I think.
Well, the words from the legend, just stay positive. On this note, I will thank you very much, Sir Clive, for
Pleasure.
your company. And it's time to head to a short commercial break. And when we come back, we'll continue our build up to the big final.
Can I get one of those jackets?
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
We're building up. Welcome back to this pre-show of the Grand Final Atlanta Open 2025. We're building up towards big showdown between Stallion X and Kingsmen. Sir Clive Lloyd has given way to Lenny Achebar. Our very own Lenny Achebar has joined us on the show. A very warm welcome, Lenny.
Thank you, Shaw Faisal. Thank you, Brian Walters.
Before we went to the break, we saw the road to the finals for the Stallions. Just check out how Kingsmen, their journey to the final. Again, they had to go through some moments where they have to fight hard. They came off of a very bad defeat on day 2, but they bounced back and put together a run of games to get to this far. Brian Walters, how did you see their journey to the final?
Their bowling, to me, is the key. Their bowling has been tremendously consistent. Their batting has been up and down. When they get it right, they can score 200 runs. Seen in the first quarter or the semifinal, they essentially batted well. The match before that, they were all out for 128. So the batting can be erratic, but when the bowling stays consistent, it absolutely is something that you will see from them, and that's where their strength is for me.
And Lenny Achebar, how did you see their journey? What strengths and weaknesses did you find out in their campaign?
Well, you look at that, Usman Qadir. We talked about how well he has gone, Mohamed Ilyas, and this is going to be the clash. We talked about the winning culture of this Kingsman team. They've been here before. They've won a couple of tournaments in 2023, minor league. They've won the US Open, and so Shaw Faisal. The winning culture of Kingsmen, they come into this final, that has to count for something.
And the interesting thing about both these teams, including the Kingsmen, they put together a run of games. So they're 4 wins on the trot for Kingsmen, and winning momentum does help.
It absolutely does. And what you like about them, and I mentioned the bowling, but essentially you are able to get contributions from several different names. So Milind Kumar, who is an absolute rock star in the field, on or at the wicket, or bowling the ball. All of those elements, to me, contribute toward a really strong side, and to the extent that they can harness that talent, If the batting is 50% of what it needs to be, then you'd also have to figure that they'll be in the running at the end of this game.
Yeah, you talk about Milind Kumar. He's rescued them a few times.
Yes.
Ramesh Raja has also performed pretty well throughout the tournament, but generally they've been very good in defending, Lenny Achavar.
Certainly, Shaw Faisal, you get the feeling that the toss is going to be so important here in the final. We talked about these teams that are coming into the ground one. Very critical. They've been here before. And also, you talked about Milind Kumar. Well, he's going to need good support from Sharshil Khan and Ramesh Raja. If they can give him a big start, it's Milind Kumar. And we talked about how he's been at top of the table with the runs. This is going to be critical for him to really get going today.
Well, this discussion in the last couple of minutes have brought out Milind Kumar's name quite often. It's just about good time to have a look at the top run scorers of the tournament. And to no surprise of anyone who's followed this tournament, we'll have a quick look in a minute. Top 10 run getters, and Milind Kumar is right at the top of the pile.
Top of the pile, 219 runs, high score of 104. For me, the most important thing about Milind Kumar is his strike rate. Strike rate of 145, which means that even when he comes in and his team is down, maybe lost an early wicket, he's still able to keep the scorecard ticking, and he's absolutely tremendously valuable member in that team.
And if you look at Milind Kumar, he played a couple of knocks, Lenny, where he rescued his team from complete capitulation. And that is where you earn your money as a top-class batter.
Yes, Shaw Faisal. When you bat at 3 or you bat at 4, it's a pivotal role. Sometimes you feast on the start that you get. Sharshil Khan and Ramesh Raja will be there. And along with Saad Ali, he's going to be in that middle with Milind Kumar. Milind Kumar could go 3, could go 4, based on the start that they've got. And you talked about Milind Kumar at the top of the table in terms of runs. Trailing him, of course, is Usman Khan. We talked about Usman Khan. He's just about 10 runs under Milind Kumar.
Yeah, but talk about Milind Kumar's strength. He likes to build his innings. Some of these strokes, you say that most of those strokes came to the later part of his innings, and he's very innovative as well to go with being very, very conventional. But talk about the top batting chart. You know, Milind Kumar was leading, but then Usman Khan not too far off, and he's had a mixed bag of a tournament. When he's gone big. Scores of 94, 96. He's been phenomenal.
All I need to tell you about Usman Khan, fall of the first wicket yesterday was early. The very first ball that he faced, he charged down the track to Najaf Shah and hit him over his head for 6. That is all you need to know about the confidence and the aggression of this young man. Really brilliant batter.
Yes, Shaw Faisal also be playing on ground one. The power plays and the first 10 over scores are going to be critical. We talked about both teams. The Kingsmen averaging at about 45 at the end of their power play session, and the Stallions X, they're averaging at about 51 in their first 6 over of the game. So these opening overs are very critical. They set the stage of what is to come.
And to tame those big hitters, bowlers need to come good as well. And talk about bowlers, let's have a close look at the leading wicket takers of the tournament, and some fantastic cricketers in that list, topped off by Asif Mahmood of Stallions. The staggering thing is the teams that have got to this final, they got most representation in this list, and Asif Mahmood sitting top of the pile. How did you see his performances, Brian Walters?
15 wickets in a tournament this short tells you that you're a genuine strike bowler, and a genuine strike bowler who has an average of under 9. That is tremendous. You cannot do better than that. And even in a tournament with the spinners dominating on these wickets, Asif Mahmood is able to have an average, or make that an economy rate of under 7. Bowling during the power play, bowling at the death, an economy rate of 7 to go along with 15 wickets, that to me says class.
And he's a big, tall lad, quite strong. And Lenny, what strengths and weaknesses did you find in him, and what did you find most impressive about him?
Yeah, Asif Mahmood has really come in. He's gotten wicket, Shaw Faisal. He's got good company for him to really work with. Isan Adil, Kashif Bhatti, Ghulam Mudassar, Usman Khalid is going to be part of the attack. So whether or not they can soften the opposition, we'll wait and see. And we talked about him 1 wicket ahead of Usman Qadir. And just for the record, folks, 2023, we saw the bowler most wicket was 12. In 2024, bowler with the most wicket was 12. As if Mahmood has gone 3 better than 2023 and 2024.
And you did mention Usman Qadir, who is second. And like I said, this is a game between Stallions and Kingsmen. But within the contest, there are so many. The 2 top batters will be going head to head because they have the chance to beat each other. And also the 2 top bowlers, talking about the best bowler for the Kingsmen, second best on the list of the bowlers, Usman Qadir. What variations and what skill he brings to the table, Brian?
Tremendous. And I think you've seen his ability to bowl the quicker one, his ability to bowl the regulation leg break, the googly that goes away from the lefties, all of those skills, and he is able to do all that with an air of confidence. Reminds you of his father.
Yeah, Lenny, you have great memories of late Abdul Qadir. How about Usman Qadir now?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I saw his dad played in Guyana at border, but here is it, a new generation, a different generation, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to be critical when the batters are looking to score quickly. It won't be easy against, if Usman Qadir is in form, they're in from some bit of challenge.
Well, we heard from our experts, and it's getting time closer to the start of action. What a mouth-watering contest we're expecting in just a few minutes, the toss time, and teams will be in action pretty shortly. Thanking my guests, Brian Walters, thank you very much for your input for the show. Lenny Achaibar, thank you very much as well. And it's just about time to wrap up this pre-game show and head towards action. Thank you for your company, and let's have a fantastic final. Come to us. Lenny, you ready?
So we want to welcome you to the grand final in 2025 of the Atlanta Cricket Open T20 tournament, and it all comes down to the Stallions X and the Kingsmen. Lovely conditions here in Rydell, Georgia, and we've been part of the Atlanta Open over the years, and 10 teams got to the starting line, and it all comes down to the final 2 teams. Earlier on, we had a look at the pitch, we had the toss done, and we'll take you over now to Brian Walters in the middle.
Let's take a look at the deck ahead of this big final today. Look at this. It almost reminds me of an old Sabina Park wicket in Jamaica. A slight amount of sheen. If you feel it, it is rock hard. It is maybe a fair, slight amount of grass, but it's dry, it's rolled in. This, to me, looks like a pacer's wicket. There are good pacers on both sides, and so they'll enjoy playing on this pitch. We're playing on the second westernmost ground today, so pitch rather. So there'll be a slightly shorter distance to the west and a slightly longer distance to the east, probably about 71 yards that way, 63 this way. Straight boundaries, 68 each. Later start to the day, so not as much moisture as you don't normally expect in the morning. What I'm trying to say to you is take the pitch out of the equation and prepare for excellent matches today.
So there you have it. Earlier on we saw, and so the big matchup between Kingsmen and the Stallions X. We'll go straight to the toss. Again, Brian Walters with the 2 captains and of course the umpires.
Time for the toss in this big final between the Kingsmen and Stallions X. Ikra Faruqi and Salman Abbasi for the Kingsmen and Stallions X respectively. Our official is Denzel James. Ikra will be calling. Salman, you will toss.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Heads is a call.
Heads is a call. Heads it is. Heads it is.
Heads. Mr. Faruqi, what do you want to do?
We'll have a bat first.
You're smiling. Tell me why you're smiling so broadly.
I think everybody knows why I'm smiling. I think this was a dream when we started this, that both team playing the final. So I think we're here and we're living the dream.
Friendly fire. Both of these teams know each other well.
Oh yeah, they know each other very well. I think we're gonna have a great competition.
Batting first, what kind of score are you looking at putting up?
Probably around 250.
250.
That's what I'm thinking.
Go ahead, Ikra.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Abbasi, had you won the toss, what would you have wanted to do?
I would have bowled first. They have a lot of injuries, so wanted to restrict them for as low as 150 and chase it down.
So Ikra thinks that they could have scored or could score 250. You want to restrict them to 150. What's the first inning score look like?
Be more close to 150. People dream 250. It's not gonna happen though. I got a strong bowling unit and we'll get them.
And finally, you mentioned a couple of injuries. Who is the most, maybe one or two prominent changes that you've made?
Ghulam is injured. The leading wicket taker Asif, he hurt his quad. He's out. Usman is gonna bat only his meniscus. He has a meniscus tear. So we got a lot of injuries. It's like a hospital ward in the hotel.
Best of luck in the hospital ward. The Kingsmen have won the toss and they'll be batting.
So thank you, Brian, with the news. Out in the middle, the Kingsmen, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat alongside me, Shaw Faisal. Shaw Faisal, you get a feeling that teams are inclined to bat a lot quicker now these days as we come down to this final game on this ground.
It's been a fantastic tournament and it is the final showdown. Sharjeel Khan, Hamad Azam making first appearance, had an injury cloud coming into the tournament. Milan Kumar, the star man, Osama Razak, Awais Zia, Muhammad Ilyas. Formidable cricketers, Aryan Satish, the youngster, Akhtar Shah, Raghav, Usman Qadir has been at the forefront of the bowling charts, and Ikra Faruqi finishing off with the lineup.
Yeah, the Stallions X, we talked about them taking the field. Shayan Jahangir, the captain, well, in fact, he used to be the captain, but Sharad Lamba, Arya Kananta, Shahan Jayasuriya, Tajinder Singh, Hassan Mohsin, Faraz Ali, Usman Khalid, Kashif Bhatti, Isan Adil, Salman Abbasi, newcomer to the side. So very formidable sides, and we're getting to the last match of the competition, and it's the big final. Kingsmen, they come up against the Stallions X.
Yeah, final preparations being put in place before the umpires will walk out. I think teams are getting ready to be lined up to come out for the national anthems, and it will be a grand finale. We've come to this stage after seeing some fantastic cricket throughout the week. 6th day of Atlanta Open started on Tuesday. Plenty of individual brilliance, plenty of scintillating fight backs and counter attacks. We've seen it all, Lenny, and we've been blessed with fantastic weather. Have a look at that picture. Plenty of greenery. Paramveer Sports Complex, the proud host of this Atlanta Open, boasted plenty of good surfaces as well, but the pitches in the last 3 days in the knockout stages has been very good. A clear blue sky in the backdrop and plenty of greenery here in Rydell. What a picture.
Yes, Shaw Faisal, and the fact is, as we have seen from Friday, so for the last 2 days and coming in to the third one here, all the teams have been centralized on ground number 1. So a lot to be familiar about the facility here, and certainly some of the pitches. We've got 4 or 5 pitches to choose from. It looks like we'll be on pitch 3 today, Shaw Faisal. But just the atmosphere for all the teams coming into these latter stages, they've been here for the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. Ever since the tournament has moved into the knockout stages, we've come here. The eliminators were played, and then yesterday was the semi-finals day. A final being pushed into slightly a later start in the afternoon, and that means that that early advantage that we had in a few of the earlier games with 10 o'clock starts. Teams winning the toss had more of an advantage. But now with 12 o'clock, the conditions are even Stevens for both the teams. And we are in for a cracker of a game. But throughout the history of Atlanta Open, Lenny, you've seen it all since the beginning. The evolution of the tournament, and no surprise that the owner Hassan Tariq and his team has worked so hard to get this tournament to where it is today.
Yes, certainly, Shaw Faisal, and I know we spoke a few times about that all the games are played on natural turf. We've got a lot of pitches in this facility to really do that, so that's the good thing. The other part to Shaw Faisal is that these guys have been playing since on Tuesday, and here they are. Especially if you win, you play more, and we have seen that. In fact, on a couple of the league fixtures, teams played 2 matches on one day. So essentially, they've been on the road, especially teams that have come into the Atlanta Open having gone through the long weeks of minor league, and here they are, and this is the final shot at the Atlanta Open in 2025.
Yeah, you see in the bottom left of your pictures, teams are getting ready for the national anthems. I think the DJ will play it here, and after that the proceedings will begin on a glorious day. It's a Sunday, and everyone's hoping we have a super Sunday in terms of the action, as this is the culmination of Atlanta Open 2025. All in readiness for the national anthem. You want to up the DJ?
Yeah, they're playing off the applause across the ground, and we are all ready for the big clash, the finals of the 2025 Atlanta Open. Both teams have earned their way, and I talked about 10 teams at the start on Tuesday, and it comes down to the final 2. Talked about Clarion Eagles, the defending champion from last year, but it looks like we'll have another champion, Shaw Faisal, as has been the tendency in the last few years at the Atlanta Open.
Looking back at the former champions, Lenny, both these teams have won Atlanta Open. So for the first time, we'll have a team that will have 2 titles here in Atlanta. Who could it be? Kingsmen or Stallion X? We will find out in a few hours' time, as the final pep talk has been delivered in the huddle for the Stallions. They'll be taking the field. Umpiring has been pretty good. The on-field umpires for this game are Nuruddin and Ishan, and Sandeep will be the 3rd official overseeing the line calls. And Denzel James is the 4th official for this match.
Yes, Shaw Faisal. And when we talked about line call, that's an innovation we've used. We've used in at least 4 games coming into the final. So, very much needed concept that has really come into the Atlanta Open this year.
Yes, you see the 2 openers coming out in the background. An official photograph for the albums, for the match officials as well, has been taken. 2025. I think the whole conduct of the tournament, starting from the management committee, the owner of the league, Hassan Tariq, and his team, talk about the umpires, the match officials, the curators, our wonderful broadcast team from Sports 360, and us here in the Combox playing a small part as well. It has been a phenomenal team effort this year.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, a production like this certainly involves many aspects of what goes on the field, what goes off, and also what goes into the night, the work into the night and certainly into the morning. And so we are ready for cricket. It looks like Osama Razak is one of the batters out in the middle. I see Hassan Mohsin. He is marking his run-up, and so we're just about maybe a minute or two away from the big final of the Atlanta Cricket Open happening in Rydal, Georgia.
And Lenny, you mentioned the preparations. It's a 12:15 start here. We arrived at the ground before 10, and the broadcast crew even before that, and the curators, obviously the ground staff even before that as well. And also talk about finishing action yesterday. Everybody goes back, and literally the work starts for the next day, overnight as well. So a huge effort is required to bring out a tournament like this and a production like this, and everybody should be very, very proud of their efforts on this year's Atlanta Open, as one big final awaits us. Osama Razak has been given the chance at the top of the order. He has come out, and Raghav Satish also opening the batting, who hasn't done that in the previous games. With the ball is Hassan Mohsin.
So we get the signal from the umpires. Usually want to make sure that the scorers are in place. And the man on your screen, Hassan Mohsin, has been given the ball. He's been good. 5 wickets for him so far. A couple of small 2 wickets haul, but they are very important. So here we go. First ball. He gets a short ball to start with and goes through to the keeper. So dot ball here from Hassan Mohsin. Given a new ball here, Shah Faisal. Big moment for him, certainly, but he's had a good tournament this year.
Yeah, Hassan Mohsin has really had a good tournament. The stats wouldn't suggest his contribution, but the impact he's had on this team with both bat and ball, and not to forget his fielding.
Big shot early on from Osama Razak. And it goes second ball, and it goes 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, you can't bowl slot in the power play. Hassan Mohsin is just the length to allow Osama Razak to use those long levers. He's a tall boy. That pace, that length has got to go in the power play.
So again, he comes down the track, could get runs here. And so a couple of runs more for Osama Razak. Good start for the Kingsmen, winning the toss, electing to bat. An early boundary we saw from Osama Razak, so positive start from him.
Yeah, it always helps when you get that first bound early. Look at the field now. The mid-off has been pushed back.
Not a big shot from Osama Razak. And we talked about the first 4. There goes the first 6.
He's got one better. Have a look at that for a strike. Seam up. Length, and it disappears. Osama has already had a sighter, and this time he goes way over. Look at that straight flourish of the bat. Beautiful swing.
Yeah, tried to go big into the offside. Seen a couple of dot balls. Other Other than that, very expensive start from Hassan Mohsin. And you get the feeling Shaw Faisal, we've seen a bit of Osama Razak, loves to play shots, and he's really gone well, giving Kingsmen a solid and quick start. Now down the leg side, so this has been quite an expensive over here from Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, slow delivery, got it wrong. That is not a good start. Talk about Hassan Mohsin, the impact he's had in the tournament with bat and ball. He'll be very disappointed with this so far.
Yeah, into the offside. That will complete a very expensive over here from Hassan Mohsin. Comes to an end, 14 for no loss.
Kashif Bhatti with the ball. He has bowled with the new ball inside the power play. He's really been a very, very good performer now for Stallions in this tournament. Lenny the man, you are our stats guru. It's a bit early in the day, but we know about top batters. We discussed that in the pre-game show about the top bowlers. How about the most valuable player? Who do you think, in your opinion, has been the most influential consistently throughout the tournament?
So big swing and a miss here from Osama Razak. And Shaw Faisal, during our pre-show, we talked about 4 individuals that I'll probably start with. Start with a couple of batters and, of course, the bowler. Smashed into the onside. Hassan Mohsin settles under it. The sun was a bit of concern, but he takes it quite smartly. And the quick innings of Osama Razak comes to an end.
Yeah, Hassan Mohsin is a very good fielder, very safe. And for a moment, he had to put his hand in front to just make sure he wasn't looking into the sun. Not wearing glasses, strange these days. All these modern day cricketers, they do carry sunglasses. Hassan Mohsin. And also gives a send-off to Samar Razak. Showing a bit of anger for being pummeled for all those runs in that first over. Have a look at that send-off. There you go. And Osama Razak knows exactly where he's heading into the dugout. 14 for 1, the Kingsmen.
So Aryan Satish comes to the middle. And Kashif Bhatti, what an impressive start from him. And so the two Satish out in the middle. Not too sure, Shaw Faisal, if they're related. But it's Aryan and Raghav Satish out in the middle.
So 2 people are most likely to know that. As we see another one turning past the bat. If you don't know him, Brian might know. And if both of you don't know, then there's very little chance of anyone knowing it in this broadcast.
So ball into the offside. We've seen a really good over from Kashif Bhatti. And Shaw Faisal, when you look up Kashif Bhatti, about, what, 789 first class wicket. That's not an easy feat. Look at that, into the offside. He finally gives up one, but he picks up the wicket of Razak. What an over we've seen from Kashif Bhatti. 2 gone. It's 15 for the loss of 1.
MVP outside of the top 4, like who's done?
So the action continues. Arya Kananta given the glove today, and here is Hassan Mohsin. Will come into bowl to Aryan Satish into the onside. And Shah Faisal, you talked about, or you were asking some of the impactful players this year, and I revert back to the pre-show. We talked about Milind Kumar, we talked about Usman Khan, been among the runs, maybe somewhere around there. Raymond Rifa, I thought, had a very good tournament, batted really fluently. I would have loved to see him. Yeah, I would have loved to see him with both bat and ball in one of the latter stages game, but they were knocked out in one of those eliminator. But he's been good. Milind Kumar, we talked about. Usman Khan. And of course, from the bowling perspective, we saw very good bowling from Asif Mahmood and also from Usman Qadir. But other than that, there have really been some very impactful innings here and there. But outside of that 4, maybe Raymond Rifa.
Yeah, you're right on that. Hassan Mohsin, like I said, his contribution at times have been good with in all 3 departments. Statistically, probably not showing as much, but his match-winning knock in the run chase, I think it was the eliminator, given as wide this time for height by the umpire. Yeah, but talk about those top 4. I think Milind Kumar, because his contributions with the ball has been pretty good. Milind Kumar has taken a few wickets as well and bowls regularly, bowls difficult overs as well. And then you go around and see Asif Mahmood at times have been very good with the bat. And he's made impact with the bat as well.
Yeah, another player who is quite good, Ramiz Raja. Played a couple of good knocks, and when you witness those knocks in context of what had happened, you realize his value to the Kingsmen.
And also behind the stumps, because he's kept wickets as well, so he will fall into that category of an all-rounder. And talking about Ramiz Raja and wicket keeping, takes us to the top wicket takers in terms of wicket keepers. Lahiro Milanta sitting at the top of the pile. And you talked about Raymond Rifa. He had a very impactful tournament with both bat and ball.
Yeah, we saw right here. We made the point. Had Raymond Rifa maybe come a notch or 2 earlier, it would have been such an interesting end to that match. But he's been really good, Raymond Rifa. Ball into the offside. They go through for 1. So things are on the way here. Kingsmen winning the toss, opting to bat. We talked about the players have been here at the Atlanta Open playing 6 days now non-stop. The only 2 teams who got a little bit of break, Shah Faisal, it's the Atlanta Fire and Clarion Eagles. And that is because they had topped the table and they got a bye. I think they rested on Friday.
And they're resting today as well because they couldn't make it to the final. Bowled him. A big hoik. And Aryan Satish has lost his middle stump. Hassan Mohsin with yet another wicket. Expensive first over, but fighting back the all-rounder. And Aryan Satish, just a little inside edge. In fact, it went on to hit the leg stump. His big hoik attempted to get it over mid-wicket. Not much success with that. And his final has come to a close.
Yeah, Mohsin now joins Kashif Bhatti. And the 2 of them Shaw Faisal has accounted for the couple of wickets fall, so 2 wickets in the bag already for the Stallions X. And Hamad Azam walks to the middle. You talked about an injury to him that has really put him out of action in this tournament, Shaw Faisal, but he comes in here in the final.
He's a very good all-rounder, Hamad Azam. More of a batting all-rounder. Obviously played for Pakistan, starred in the Under-19 World Cup, and then made the grade, played for Pakistan. Now plays his cricket here. And good to see him back in action after that little layoff.
The fact is, you mentioned his time in the United States, and he's really been active on the minor league circuit. So 3 gone, it's 22 for 2.
Well, now I think the over has concluded. There was quite a few wides as well in between. Now it's 23 for 2 after 3 overs. A couple of forced changes for this final for the Stallions. We talked about their star all-rounder Asif Mahmood, the leading wicket taker. He's not playing. He had a little injury scare yesterday. It's quite a heavily taped up knee now. So he's sitting this one out. So he won't get a chance to improve on his figures, but Usman Qadir may later in the day.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, as Usman Qadir just 1 wicket away from going to the top.
I know, but I didn't say, but he's out. I know for sure.
So Kashif Bhatti will continue. And Shaw Faisal just looking up some of the numbers from Kashif Bhatti over time. 490 first-class cricket in the longer version, and then when you tally those numbers up spread across List A, red ball games, and T20, you'll probably come up to something close to about 800. Swept and gone a long way off the bat of Hamad Azam. Gone for 6.
Beautifully struck. Very effortless, and it went a long way. Kashif Bhatti for once getting too full. Throwing the invitation to Hamad Azam. Hamad Azam is quite tall, down on one knee, and hands way out in front to meet the ball, and sends it soaring.
Yeah, lovely shot from Hamad Azam. And Shaw Faisal, when you look at Kashif Bhatti, he just give you the ball back of a length. A lot of time you're forced to play on the back foot. And we talked about batters who will probably use their feet to the spinners. Milind Kumar, Shahan Jayasuriya, Nitish Kumar, who's out of the tournament. But you get the feeling that he puts it at the back of the length, forces you on the back foot as a right-hander.
Yeah, he's clever, so his variations of pace and trajectory. As we see, Mrs. Hassan Tariq makes an appearance as well, as crowds started to come in. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. How about this, Lenny? Would you like to own one of those? You probably have one already.
I know the little boys will enjoy a ride in that. Pulled away into the onside. And look at that. Finds the gap. Raghav Satish. And the 4th over comes to an end. It's 34 for the loss of 2. So they're going at 8.5 runs and over. Could be a bowling change here again. So we've seen the two openers, Hassan Mohsin and Kashif Bhatti. Then Usman Khalid, Shah Faisal, left arm spin, comes into the attack. We talked about so many left arm spinners we've seen in the series. And they've come in so popular in T20 cricket now that they've found, especially bowling to right-handers, they found that this is probably a good matchup. So Usman Khalid, given the ball here, will come into bowl to Hamad Azam. We talked about Hamad Azam, didn't feature a lot in the tournament. And we saw in the last over, Shah Faisal made a big impression. A lovely shot into the onside. I went for 6.
Yeah, that's always good coming out of injury. Haven't had a bat in the middle for a few days. You can get a 6 away. That really gets you going. And now helping himself to a single here and there. Rotation or strike. Keep those legs pumping. Get the flow going.
Yeah, Usman Khalid. Usman Khalid, a couple of balls in this over. We talked about also Shah Faisal, Usman Khalid. Wondering, signaling a dead ball, the umpire. And so we'll wait and see if a couple of balls have been bowled or he's taking back one ball. But ball dung the ground from Raghav Satish. And they pick up an easy single.
Yeah, Usman Khalid also a very underrated cricketer. He has been fantastic with both bat and ball. Whenever he's required with the bat, when his team was struggling, he's come up with the goods. And with the ball, he's a banker. 4 overs guaranteed.
Yeah, good start from him. We've seen a couple of hat-trick in the tournament. Shah Faisal, one of which came off the arm of Usman Khalid. And we also saw a hat-trick performance from Ziaul Haq spread across a couple of days. And that's a good delivery from Usman Khalid. Hamad Azam stretching out. And of course, the other hat-trick taker has been Kamral Rabi from the Atlanta Fire. Yeah, trying to go into the onside. This over's gone pretty well for Usman Khalid.
Yeah, clever changes of pace from Usman Khalid. He's an experienced cricketer as well. He knows his craft. Like I say, with the ball, he's been ever reliable. With the bat, he's come good when the team really needed him. Give him the big build-up and he bowls the wide. Thank you, Usman Khalid.
Yeah, they're off to over 7 runs and over. We've seen a couple of wickets fall, but other than that, Shah Faisal, Hamad Azam, you talked about and we spoke about how good he's been. Tugged away into the onside. And that will complete the 5th over. So 5 gone. It's 38 for the loss of 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
So the action continues, 38-4-2 at the end of 5, Shah Faisal, which means they're going just over 7. More spin. Hamad Azam and Raghav Satish out in the middle. They've lost a couple of wickets. Osama Razak is gone. Aryan Satish is gone. And Kashif Bhatti continues. Very, very imposing bowler. He's really bowled well in the series. His economy rate coming into this final, Shaw Faisal, 5.7. Not bad in T20 cricket.
You could tell why. See the last ball, he's really slowed it up. Made Hamad Azam wait for it. Another loopy delivery. The ball hangs in the air forever. And Hamad this time was patient enough to wait for it and knocks it for a couple of runs. But that's the variations in pace from Kashif Bhatti. Don't be surprised if he slips in that quicker delivery or the arm ball.
Yeah, the Paramveer Sports Complex. The ball cut away into the offside. Easy single again. So it's going to be difficult always, as we have seen during the course of this series, to get away. Kashif Bhatti. It's really a very good leg spinner, Shaw Faisal. Paramveer's cricket field. That's where we are.
The gorgeously flighted delivery. Just the deception where the batsmen think that he's going to get to the pitch. Strong breeze as well. Kashif Bhatti is really putting on a show here.
Yeah, pulled into the onside. Finds the gap between Tajinder Singh. Mohsin comes around quickly. He's been the only man patrolling that vast area, Shaw Faisal. A couple of runs. Good looking shot from Hamad Azam. The sixth over comes to a close. It's 42 for 2. Yeah, the grounds are beginning to fill up here, Shaw Faisal. Enjoying, of course, the beautiful weather we've had. Some drinks on offer. And look at that. That's the VVIP 10. Sir Clive Lloyd in attendance, of course. And a wonderful start to the final here in Rydal, Georgia.
Yeah, power play done and dusted. 41 for 2. And field can spread. Does it need to spread? That is generally not the question. As soon as the power play is over, fielders just go all over. Hassan Mohsin is at long off. There's a deep cover as well. Hamad Azam has got away one big sweep for 6 and plenty of efforts after that. Look at that, how beautiful. Having a field day.
Yeah, just to be outside. I think he was one of the youngsters and one of the cart. Got a nice little ride, but it ended too quickly for him. I'm quite sure.
Not so long ago before you see one of the key members of the management committee, Santha, she will be getting on that cart. These are part of the management committee, Babu in the black cap and his team.
Yeah, there's so much work to be done before, after and during these tournaments, Shaw Faisal. And I'm pretty sure that van came in with supplies. Because of course it being the final day, big presentation ceremony at the end.
Well, time of the day as well. Supply could be about your lunch, Lenny. You're very specific about your lunch, so they've made sure they've taken good care of you throughout the week. Any complaints with that?
Not at all. Not at all. And what you can eat at the ground, you take it to the hotel. And there we go, folks. Quite a few people already packed into the park. Oh, pulled away into the onside, and this could go away in front of Shahan Jayasuriya. And so Hamad Azam, another boundary for him, Shaw Faisal.
Well, that is the boundary that he was looking for. He made plenty of attempts through the sweep shot. This time, the opportunity was provided by the shorter delivery. And although that little pause meant Hamad had to wait a little longer, but he adjusted beautifully. And it was away from Shayan Jayasuriya.
So ball into the offside. That will complete another over. The 50 comes up. And it comes at the stroke at the end of the 7th over. 50 on the board. And after 7, they're batting a 50 for the loss of 2. So Tajinder Singh, Shaw Faisal has been given the ball off spin now. And we've seen 2 left arm spin. We've seen seam stuff from Hassan Mohsin. And now the off spinner Tajinder Singh given the ball at 50 for the loss of 2. So Tajinder Singh, he comes in here. Ahmad Azam, he's played a couple of big shots and he's always looking to score quickly. And Shaw Faisal, you look at Tajinder Singh. What are the off-spinner role in 2025 as it relates to T20 cricket these days?
Well, off-spinners, you would think that who just play as an off-spinner, there's very few. Tajinder Singh, Milind Kumar are the ones who predominantly get into the team because of their batting. I think internationally, I know he also falls into the all-rounder category. Is Muhammad Nabi from Afghanistan. He's an off-spinner, but he's equally handy with the bat as well. Out-and-out off-spinner, you tell me. I'm still searching, as Hamad is searching for boundaries, but finds Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, we've seen a couple. Ashwin, I think he is retired. Has he retired? Well, and then of course Washington Sundar, who plays in the Test team now, has been a part of T20 cricket. But the question is asked because a lot of time teams are now going into games with 2 left-arm spinner. And we've seen that right in this game, Usman Khalid and of course Kashif Bhatti. And whether or not there is room for specialist off spinner, that's the big call. You made a good point that a lot of times, sometimes they're off spinners who has given you the primary role that they're batters, as in the case of Tajinder Singh. 8 gone is 53 for the loss of 2. So it looks like Shahan Jayasuriya will be given the ball here. Shaw Faisal, you were just talking about the off spinners. How many times we've seen them come into the form of a specialist middle order or top order batsman who can bowl some off spin. Shahan Jayasuriya fits the bill. Big shot from Hamad Azam. And this one he hammers out of the park. He's gone for a massive 6.
Well, that is Hamad Azam at his very best. He's tried a few times, has gotten away with 1-6, but this time the big wind-up and the big flourish. That is a long hit into the wind, but still easily goes over the fence and over the railing into field 5. Massive hit. Look at the stride and the long levers getting into play.
So not a good start from Shahan Jayasuriya, taken out to the park, first ball. And now he hands the strike over to Raghav Satish. And Shah Faisal, as we approach the 10-over mark, when you look at the teams, their production on this ground, we've talked about using different pitches on different days, so not necessarily pinpointing these numbers on one specific pitch. Down the ground goes Raghav Satish. Work to be done here from Hassan Mohsin. He does well. Keep the shot to only 1. But as we approach the 10-over mark, when you look at the Kingsmen in this series, their average score has been around the 76 mark. And they've lost 2 or 3 wickets from time to time. And you look at the numbers at the moment, 62 on the board, so they could be on course for what they have done during the course of the last few days playing at field number 1.
Yeah, that mid-inning scores have gone up. And that is a testament to the conditions as well. Pitches have been very good. Slight disadvantage in some of those early start 10 o'clock games here in field 1, but by and large the square here at Paramveer is settling nicely and producing quality cricket.
Pulled away into the hands of Tajinder Singh. Tough chance, but he got hands to it, couldn't hold on.
He's hurt. You thought there was a chance on the second attempt as well, as that ball rebounded off his hands. Have a look. It went up and not close enough on the second attempt. He's feeling the pinch because it was struck pretty hard. And I don't know if he will continue bowling. 9 done is 63 for 2.
So 9 gone, 63 for 2. Tajinder continues. And a play and a miss here from Raghav Satish.
Raghav Satish has played 15 balls now for 12. Such a heavy hitting batting lineup.
Yeah, into the offside and finds the fielder. Easy run.
You're talking about the batting lineup and Raghav taking his time. Some of the other big hitters might be itching in the dugout, wanting to get out into this big final. Hamad Azam is also 31 of 26, so would like to improve on this strike rate. Although his first knock back, appreciate the time that he's spending in the middle. Crucial phase of the game now. His run rate need to be up by the Kingsmen.
Yeah, they've really posted a good partnership. You talked about Hamad Azam return to cricket here at the Atlanta Open has gone fluently well. Couple of sixes from him already. Shah Faisal 1-4. Oh, cut into the hands of the fielder. And what have we seen there? So ball cut into the hands. It looks like, is that Shahan Jayasuriya?
Jahangir.
Jahangir. Oh, swept away. Lovely shot from Hamad Azam. And the action continues. Shaw Faisal 65 on the board.
Yeah, crucial miss here, Shahan Jahangir. Not with the gloves today. And it was traveling, but it went straight to him. He would have been very disappointed at the halfway stage. The Kingsmen now 65 for 2, looking to build a platform. You stay.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports. Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
So welcome back to the Paramvere Sports Complex, Radell, Georgia. Big final today, the Kingsmen and Stallions X. Brian Walters here with you and Lenia Chaibar. Even honors, would you say, through the first 10?
Yes, Brian, we talked about the average score for the Kingsmen at the end of their 20 over slot was something in the vicinity of 75, 79. They're up to 65 for 2, so Stallion X have done some bit of job here to really put them below their average.
I would say that the caveat to that is that the man who is now on strike, Hamad Azam, playing for the first time in this tournament, and he's an absolutely big hitter. You saw a couple of big shots that he's already played. He's up to 32 from 30. The big man tries the scoop shot. First ball here in the 11th. Essa Nadil down at deep fine leg does the cleanup work.
And Shaw Faisal, just for our cameraman to just hold it there 1 second, we can also commentate the other game. Look, perfect position. He pulls into the onside. Look, we can commentate this game.
That would seem to be a little confusing, Lenny. Skied. This is going to go for 6, I believe. Yep. Another big 6. The third 6 struck here by Hamad Azam. Into the 7th is now 73 for 2. Incidentally, that is Hamad Azam's jersey number.
Yeah, he came into this tournament with hardly any games because of an injury. But look at that. You would think he's been playing here for the last 6 days.
He's such a powerful striker of the ball. A sweep shot this time, really thick on the edge. But he's looking dangerous, and I personally am happy to see him playing. Was out of cricket for about the last month or so with an injury to his a ligament in his ankle, I believe. So just the fact that he's here playing now, I think, is a really important part of his progression back to full health. This is going to be 6 more. It is Raghav Satish joining in on the fun now.
Yeah, a couple of sixes in this over off the bowling of Khalid. And this one belted out of the park into the VIP section where the DJs are. Brian Walters.
I'm going to have, like for kids, you have a swear jar. I'm going to have a Shah Faisal jar. And every time, and that's the second time you've done it in one over, every time that's the name, you'll get a coin in the swear jar or in the Shah Faisal jar. That is 1 ball more here in over number 11. So the players, very familiar with each other. Most of them are under the same umbrella from the club based in the Houston area. So this feels like a little bit of a sibling rivalry match versus a high-intensity one, Lenny.
Well, high intensity in the case of Hamad Azam. He just really smashed the ball outside of the park a couple of times. 11 gone, it's 81 for the loss of 2.
So 81 for 2. Good partnership been put on here. As you see the worm, consistent acceleration. The partnership now worth 60. Make that 61. Hamad Azam 41. Raghav Satish 20. And maybe it's not too early, Lenny, to start thinking of projections. The pitch is playing well. Mostly spin-heavy attack so far. In fact, just 2 overs of pace, Hassan Mohsin, and he's essentially medium pace. So mostly slow bowling is what's ruling the roost today.
Yeah, we've only seen Hassan Mohsin. And you're right on that. As another off spinner now, another slow bowler, Sharad Lumba, comes into the attack.
Well, I think the production folks will be happy that it's all spin attack because this game is now going through a little bit more quickly than you'd expect. Because usually, of course, pacers will take a lot longer through their innings or through their overs. That is going to be over the top of extra cover for another 4.
Yeah, the young man, Raghav Satish, will certainly want to help himself. And look at that, punching into the offside. He knows that that has been a very vacant area. And a good execution of that punch. And he picks up 4.
So you like seeing the young man get the chance to play here in the final. Hasn't played very much in the tournament so far.
And Brian, when you talk about these young players, and we have gone all over the place in Texas, in the South, in wherever, and there's so much young players you see. You can only imagine what will happen in the next 4 or 5 years.
Simple catch and taken. Oh, we went burst right through his hands. Burst right through his hands, and there will be a couple more runs added to the score. Lenny, that looks like a catchable ball to me.
Yeah, might have been Usman Khalid, I think it is. Yeah, Usman Khalid. We talked about 3 hat-trick bowlers in the series: Usman Khalid, Kamrul Rabi, and of course Zia ul Haq.
Well, no doubt about this one. Knocking the off stump back. Raghav Satish looking to go big over mid wicket, but loses his off stump. 81, make that 87 for 3.
Yeah, looking to go big. Sharad Lumba. The off spinner came into the attack. We've seen a couple of off spinners here. Shahan Jayasuriya and Tajinder Singh has bowled before. But it's Sharad Lumba who gets one before the other two off spinners. Look at this, looking to go big across the line of the delivery. He loses his off stump. And you're right, 87 for 3.
So we have obviously listeners and viewers from all around the world, including, let's say, there are various coaches who happen to be watching right now. One of those coaches just sent me a text message and said that was a regulation catch. So, yes, was it flat? Yes. Was it hard? Yes. Ultimately, it doesn't hurt them very much, though, because the dismissal happened the very next ball.
Yeah, we've seen 3 drop catches. One into the hands of a very tough one from Tajinder Singh. And we also saw one from Jahangir and then one from Usman Khalid. So new man comes to the middle, Milan Kumar.
There's one ball remaining here. Milan Kumar, we've talked about him ad nauseum. One of the most amazing players on a show here at the Atlanta Open. End of over number 12. 88 for 3. So Milan Kumar remains on strike. Start of over number 13. It is going to be Usman Khalid to bowl his last over. Make that none for 29 from his 3 overs bowled. Milan Kumar, a little bit of pressure being applied. There's a first slip fielder. Milan Kumar not needing the helmet today out in the cap, as I mentioned. Only 2 overs of medium pace today. All other bowlers have been spinners.
Yeah, into the offside. And Brian, earlier on, you along with Shaw Faisal spoke about Milan Kumar at the top of the table with 219 runs. Well, he's gotten one already, so he's up to 220. A chance for him to advance that. Who was that? Who was those 2 guys?
Whoever they are, they're invading the commentators' area. Where is security in this place? So, going back to that match going on in the background, that, you know, very much Lenny. Let's talk big picture about this tournament itself and the excitement that you've seen today. Maybe not quite as exciting. The players themselves are, there's some big name players who are missing due to injury and other reasons, but for the most part you've seen high level cricket for this entire tournament.
Well, yes, Brian, you're right on that. Even the preceding years, we've always seen top level cricket, and talking about top level, that's top level shot. Gone for 6.
Gone for 6 indeed. Big strike right down the ground. Good looking shot there. See Milan Kumar do this over and over again. He's very strong. That shot was actually off of the back foot. And Milan Kumar had never met a shot he didn't like. He can score runs 360 degrees all around the ground. Looking to dab that behind point. No run there. So you're getting to the stage of the innings where you start thinking about what the final score is going to be. You have 98 runs on the board. And to the extent that you can project that far, and of course it's difficult to have it be a precise sport, but projections for me from here would seem to be something in the range of 150. We'll see exactly how well that goes. But for the most part, you'll find that these efforts essentially need to be rewarded. Again, all spinners, and those spinners, as of right now, seem to be going through the process of getting their team off to a good start. That is the end of over number 13. The score is 98-3. Again, Brian Walters here, and I am honored, absolutely honored, to be joined here in the commentators area by the great Sir Clive Lloyd. Sir Clive, good morning again, or maybe it's good afternoon by this stage.
Yes, it's drinking time somewhere in the world.
Drinking time.
Yeah.
Sir Clive, are you a Scotchman? Are you a gin? What's your poison of choice?
I have vodka or wine. I'm not that much a big drinker.
Got it.
My father drank for both of us.
So, Sir Clive, I will tell you, number one, that it's an absolute honor to be here having a conversation with you. Seems like a little bit of the intensity has been taken out of this match, but it gives us time maybe to have some reflections on your part as you've gone through your cricket journey. I'm really interested in hearing what to you seems to be, if any parallels exist in this country between where we are now and maybe when you were able to assemble the West Indies cricket teams of the past.
No, I think we were more advanced in the sense that we had played cricket for over 50 years of that time. So we were established. We had 3 W's, and we got to Kanai and Butcher and Solomon and Hall and Griffith, Ramadin and Valentine.
Sure.
So they were more established players. Here I think that I think they can get better because they now will be able to play a lot more franchise cricket. And if they can develop this area here, I'm sure that there are a lot of people who would want to play here because pitch is pretty good. I had a look at it. Outfield, quite well manicured.
Sure.
I think it's an excellent place to start. And they've got a couple of established players playing in this competition. So, yes, I think they're on the right track.
So, excuse me, talking a little bit about the team that you assembled, one of the members of that team, one Michael Anthony Holding, passed on his regards. I had an exchange with him yesterday.
Oh, good.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the philosophy that you went through, that you undertook in assembling the team. What were the parts that you thought needed to be improved, and how did you go about making those improvements?
Well, the first thing, I didn't like the tag Calypso cricketers. And then Mr. Greg said that, when you put pressure on us,
the G word.
Yeah, we capitulate under pressure.
Sure.
So we had to get that professional attitude that when things are tough, the tough get going.
Sure.
So we had to create a professional attitude, and that was that started really county cricket wise, because you were batting 4 or 5 times a week. In the West Indies, if you bat 4 or 5 times, the season was over, and into island cricket was over.
Sure.
So you were batting fairly often. You had to keep fit because you have to travel too, and play, and travel far different distances. So your attitude had to be very professional. And by winning, and as I told you earlier, winning is just like losing, is contagious. And we were winning, so when we approached the game, we were looking to win. We didn't just want to do well. We want to make our people proud and so on, which took some time, because you were dealing with young men who probably didn't have, that professional attitude. But playing county cricket helped us tremendously. And then we carried it over to when we playing Fair Island, and you got that same sort of attitude. And the attitude that we had playing for the West Indies, that came through in the inter-island cricket. So it was a journey that was long but very successful.
I don't think there's any, excuse me, any doubt that it was successful. And, you know, I won't ask you to opine much on everything that's happened since then. But if you were able to state maybe some areas that could have contributed to the sustenance of the success that you had under you, then under Viv, and so on, what would have needed to have taken place for that success to have continued?
Well, nothing could beat winning. Once you keep winning and you became a professional, we played 29 test matches without losing, 11 successive wins, and as I've said, we only have 5 million people in different walks of life. So
Sure.
the sporting public was quite strong. I mean, strong but small. But when you look at the other countries, Australia, 50 million people, India, billion and a quarter people.
Exactly.
You know, Sri Lanka, millions of people.
Sure.
The point is that we had this group that kept playing together. That's another good thing about it. We weren't fragmented and you play now and you play just. We played together for years. So we had that attitude, that professional attitude that gave us that impetus to do well. And then we only had one. I was captain for 12 years. So, you know, it's a continuous situation. It's not chopping and changing and so on. For 12 years, didn't have to worry about a captain. So that helped too, in the sense that we just kept playing under one person and with one sort of attitude. And winning was important to us because we could not give the same amount of money to the bigger countries, the countries with larger people. So when we are winning now, we can dictate what we want. But if you're not, if you're a small country and you're losing, you can't dictate. So winning to us was very important.
Sure.
You know.
Fantastic. So, ask you a slightly different question and maybe turn it toward this country for a while. And I happen to know that there's been an initiative or two driven maybe from the Caribbean to help improve the quality of cricket in this country. Under the ICC Americas umbrella, there is sort of the organization that allows you, as that is a huge six, by the way.
Yeah.
Hamad Azam hits the ball really, really hard.
Yeah, good striker.
Absolutely good striker of the ball. So, in fact, I'll adjust the question I was about to ask you to opine on the possibility of Hamad Azam, who's batting at this end now. He's now 45 from 41. In fact, he's about to go over to his 50. What about players like that who have the ability to showcase their talent here? How important is it for the infrastructure around them to be able to allow them to showcase that talent?
Well, more cricket. That's all it is. They should be playing in our league in the West Indies. They're only a couple of hours away. And if they can play in our cricket, then their standard of cricket will go up on ours. So that is what we wanted to. We had a meeting here some 15 years ago, before IPL. And we were going to build stadiums here, New York and so on, because you got in California, Washington and so on. And Bermuda, West Indies, Canada, India, Pakistan. And that to me would have been a wonderful program, because you're talking about more than 60% of test playing teams taking part in a place here where it got everything. We went through all the stuff of why it was so good. Schools, cricket, playing in the different states and so on. playing in schools, because you had a lot of people from the Commonwealth countries, you know. So it was ready to go, but for some reason they just stopped it, and that's why now they have to start again. And I hope now that they started, back, but then again they got suspended the other day. I don't know. I think we are either getting the wrong people involved. If a country is as important as this, wealthy as this, they do have everything that is needed for progress. Everything you can think of. Look at this. Where are you going to find 5 ovals of this nature? You're not going to find it. There are too many countries. In Guyana, we have 20 acres that they want to develop as an academy. And if they work with the West Indies Cricket Board, it could be just the thing that is needed.
So you've been very generous with your time, and I want to ask you one final question. And it's a question out of left field. You've played cricket your entire career. You've been involved in cricket as an administrator, as a leader. What is the most interesting memory that you have over 8 decades of being involved with the sport?
Well, seeing my country, well, if you want to call it West Indies, collectively a country, to come to graduate to where they were. We were, at one stage, if you were 17 years, you wouldn't have seen the country lose. We won 6 World Cups. We've produced some of the finest cricketers you will ever see in the game. And I watch people in England, those guys who were in the train and the buses, and they walk with pride. And, West Indians, wherever they go, felt, that there's something to hold on to. Just like in Brazil would think that football was their thing.
Sure.
We done extremely well. From 5, well, it would be less than 5 million people because the Walkenstein and Gilchrist and Hall and so on. It would have been 3 or 4 million. So really and truly, we've done very well for a small nation. And we must be proud of when people can saying Vibrich is one of the best, Lara is one of the best in the world. The world's a big place. So we got a lot to be proud of, and long may it continue.
Sir Clive Lloyd, it has been an absolute pleasure chatting with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for lending not just your expertise, but your kindness to this tournament. And long may you be here on the planet with the rest of us.
Thank you, Governor. It was a pleasure, and really, because I'm coming here for the first time, and I'm very impressed with what I've seen. Yeah, I can only wish them luck because they have everything there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sir Clive.
Pleasure, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that feels to me like a bit of a lifetime dream achieved. As the great Shah Faisal commemorates the moment with a picture. Sir Clive, thank you so much.
Good.
So,
I think I'm going to go and have a mimosa.
And I may have one in your honor as well, sir.
I don't know how many I have.
So, 16 overs gone. I have no idea what the score is in this match that I'm supposed to be describing. I would like to think that as it appears to be Shah Jahangir who is bowling, up is down, down is up. I just spent 4 overs on the air with Sir Clive Lloyd, Shah Faisal. I may be dreaming as we speak.
And I can understand what you're talking about because I was in the same boat yesterday, pretty much the same time. Oh, it's just surreal. Thank you for the opportunity, Atlanta Open. Thank you, Hassan Tariq. Allow us to live the dream and be in the company of cricketing royalty. Icons, I mean,
You know, that term cricketing royalty gets thrown around a lot. There are probably, I don't want to say a number, but there are more people who are referred to as being in cricketing royalty than who are actually cricketing royalty. This man is in the small upper echelon of cricketing royalty on the planet.
absolutely, I agree. The term getting used quite loosely, but talk about Sir Clive and the impact he had on the world game and beyond in that particular region of the Caribbean, the West Indies, but on the game of cricket all over the world. That is just incredible. And the man is so humble. He is so down to earth, so welcoming. And everything this week that we've requested him, he's been more than willing to come in and spend his time with us, talk to us. I mean, just the man has an aura.
An aura indeed. So, Shah Faisal, this is an unfortunate segue. Maybe not unfortunate. It's a tricky segue because we were just talking about Sir Clive Lloyd. Let's talk about this game that is ongoing right now. I don't know exactly where we are because I look up and Shan Jahangir was just bowling. It looks to be Hassan Mohsin who's now bowling from the northern end of the ground. Catch me up on where we are in this game.
Well, there's a little bit of a discrepancy going on in terms of the scoring bar as well. You see at the bottom of your screen. Apologize for that. I think they are just about able to catch up now. But two teams from the same franchise, they're taking on. And as we watch this one pushed away onto the onside, there is a little bit of a friendly air for this final. And a tournament of this magnitude with such a strong field coming into this final, would have want a bit of a more of a competitive edge.
A competitive edge would be the preferable outcome. In the meantime, maybe sometimes it's difficult to create that competitive edge when these players all belong under the same umbrella of the franchise. And it feels, I think you said the word friendly, it feels like a friendly. In football terms, when two countries play friendly among each other, that's what this feels like to me.
3 overs to go in the innings. Or so would the scoring bar suggest, but Hassan Mohsin continues. It's not quite in tune because this over has been accounted correctly so far with a dot single 2 and a single to the right of your screen. But that scoring bar 133 for 317.1 doesn't match to what you see on the right of your screen as we watch Paramveer Cricket Fields bracing itself for a busy Sunday. Weekend cricketers are in town. You've seen professionals and semi-professionals as this one will trickle away to the boundary. Hassan Mohsin has gone for 8 in the over now.
Relatively expensive. You've seen, I said earlier that it's been all spin apart from Hassan Mohsin. Don't know exactly how you'd qualify or classify Shan Jahangir's bowling. This literally, in 10 years of knowing him, this is the first I've ever seen him bowl. Short delivery, hammered, and it's going to be a single. I'll tell you what though, Hamad Azam, good to me for him to be out there. As I said earlier, he's been carrying an injury. Good to see that he's fit enough to play.
Yeah, and spending time in the middle. He got that early 6 away and then went through a phase where he lost his timing a bit, but then the virtues of staying in the middle. He's 58 of 46. He's taking his team to a good total with the innings coming to a close. Hassan Mohsin finishes off his over. talk about this wonderful facility, wonderful tournament, Atlanta Open. But Sunday is the day for weekend cricketers. The parking lots are filled up here at Paramveer. Kisha Bahadur Singh, one of our cameramen at the far end, he's got a game probably right behind him. The umpires. No white kits today. Generally, I've seen and I've noticed here at Paramveer, the red ball cricket happens on Saturday.
Interesting.
And Sunday is back to color clothing.
So when you played Shah Faisal, we talked about this the other day. You prefer the red ball, I prefer the red ball. Was there both red ball and white ball cricket when you played?
I played most of my cricket with red ball altogether. And towards the back end of my playing days when I was playing in England, only then I played in color clothing and white ball. And we're going back. My last playing season was 2012 English League, and that was my last season. I was the captain, but then I had no more appetite to spend an entire day playing. And in fact, the funny story, some people I just admire when I see people carrying on playing to the latter stages of their career. But there came a time where England, you know, that it rains a lot on the and come the weekend, I'll be just hoping that it should rain today, so we can. This is up and over, only just. Ehsan Adil for a moment thought he was in the game, but it sailed over his head.
Well, if you are able to clear Ehsan Adil, then you've hit the ball well. Ehsan Adil, I would estimate his height at about 6'5", 6'6", somewhere around there. Not bad idea to have your tallest man on the boundary, but if you clear that man, then that tells you all you need to know about how well that was hit. By the way, we never acknowledged it. Hamad Azam made a hit to his 50. 59 from 48. Milind Kumar 37 from 24. This pair now going along at a decent clip as we get toward, let's call it the coda of the innings. Great delivery there from Shehan Jayasuriya.
Well, after that little discrepancy, we've lost the scoring bar altogether.
We absolutely have. So, another big hit. Jeez, this one goes even further. That is a huge strike by Milind Kumar. We are above 150. I'll tell you exactly how much shortly, Shah Faisal. That was a big hit.
That was bigger than Hamad Azam's hit.
Yes.
Ehsan Adil, as soon as that ball was struck, just turned around and back to see how far that ball was going.
Oh, wow.
Have a look at that.
Until we get the scorecard back, my unofficial scorecard says 161 for 3 after 19, Shah Faisal. So 161 in the final, not a bad score. And with still 1 over remaining, this pair has now put on 74 runs unbroken for the 4th wicket. Not a bad twosome to have at the wicket at the same time, Hamad Azam and Milind Kumar. And it's going to be Hassan Mohsin to bowl his final over, which also is the final over the innings.
Umpire checking that ball as it landed on that railing.
Wow.
The fence that is behind the dugouts. This is field 1, the prime field of this wonderful facility. One day hoping to be a stadium.
This might land short of the fielder long off. It does. Hamad Azam, I think you can safely say return to form.
Yeah, that injury layoff. They've been pretty busy, the Kingsmen. In the summer, they were in Australia playing the tournament where likes of Nepal, Bangladesh A, Pakistan A also featured, the Pakistan Shaheens, to go with a couple of Big Bash franchises, their academy teams. Made it to the semi-final there. Jayasuriya will come around and just a single. Watch that cricket on the top of your screen as well.
We're talking about that. Lenny and I said maybe I'll commentate on this game and he can commentate on the other one. That would sound kind of confusing now.
If you lift Lenny up like 50 feet above the ground, he can commentate on all 5 games altogether.
Oh, Hassan Mohsin with the bouncer. And Hamad Azam, I think, plays the shot a little too early and gets struck on the side of the head. Umpires might want to check to make sure in these modern-day protocols that Hamad Azam is fine. Take a look at this.
Went through with the shot and then the ball arrived. Must have been a slow bouncer.
Yep.
Hassan Mohsin is very clever with his variations, and we call it a slower ball, but the impact still, it thuds and it may ring your ears.
It is still a cricket ball. It is still traveling at pace. Just looking at the body language of Hamad Azam, I think he's more embarrassed that he got hit by that slow pitch than anything else. So, Shah Faisal, you touched on it. Your playing days ended in 2012. Tell me, I don't know that we've ever talked much about your playing days. You're always asking me about when I played. Tell me about your playing days. Maybe we'll spend more time on it later on, but tell me in the 3 balls remaining in this innings what your playing days were like.
Well, it started out quite promisingly. I represented Rawalpindi in under-19 nationals, and I captained Rawalpindi. This is not a clean strike, but in the gap nonetheless. We'll go over the fence. Sharad Lamba with the chase in vain. So you made it to the national team probables. Then on the back of these good performances at the age group, made the grade to the first class arena and the list A 50 over game, because back in the day T20 hadn't been invented yet. I'm talking about 99, 2000, that era. And after I played that level of cricket, I mean, the competition was such that I had to sit out an entire season of first class cricket waiting for an opportunity after I had played a few games the previous season. And then I moved to England and I played in the club cricket, Essex Premier League, where I played, which is a very good standard. Premier League in any county is a good standard. So I had a good 8-9 year career over there. As Hassan Mohsin is appealing, I don't know what for. Umpire is getting into position just to hand him the cap. I thought he was going to.
Hamad Azam wanted one more strike, but umpire Nuruddin says that is the end of the over and the end of the innings. So the appeal for a strike, not sure why all of a sudden that becomes something that people
So that's
dwell on.
7 years of league cricket was also my end of the innings, as here it is the end of the innings for the Kingsmen. After winning toss, batting first, the innings went along. Hamad Azam made an appearance in the tournament after sitting out because of injury throughout the tournament, and got himself a half century. Leading run scorer of the tournament, Milind Kumar, once again had a field day under the sun here on bright and beautiful conditions here at Paramveer. Final of the Atlanta Open 2025. The first innings is done. We'll come up with the scores and all the details in a minute, but I think we can fairly say that Hamad Azam was the star of the show in this first innings for Kingsmen.
No question. Unofficially, I have the score at 167 for 3, but that big partnership of 80 between Hamad Azam and Milind Kumar, I think, was a good one. And all of a sudden, I think you've seen, even though you'll have a little bit of a break here, we'll go to an interview shortly, but for the most part, intensity not quite there, but overall, your thoughts on the entire tournament itself?
Well, it's a wonderful tournament, and it has made its name in a very short period of time because of its brilliant organization, very meticulous planning. It's one tournament whose dates will go out 6 months in advance, everything put in place well ahead of time. and that is one part of it. But then the execution comes, and we've seen the games, the schedules, and the games flow very well. The officiating is very good, behind the scene logistics, and this year the feature was the competitive field. We didn't see many mismatches like you come to expect in open tournaments at times, but throughout the 6 days, evenly matched teams going hard at each other. And mid-innings preparation, as you can see on your screen, plenty of big hits and highlights in the innings.
Absolutely. This one here was a lovely strike straight down the ground for 6. That was early in the game. But then a couple of wickets fell.
Osama Razak opened, and that experiment didn't last for very long. Got the send-off from Hassan Mohsin, who he hit for a 6. And another wicket went very quickly. Aryan Satish suggesting the ball kept low on him. That is Hassan Mohsin, who knocked him over.
And some brutal strikes. I think Raghav Satish did himself proud today. Couple of lusty blows on his part. And even batting for the long time that he did with Hamad Azam, I think would have given him some confidence.
Absolutely, and good to see Hamad back, exhibiting the array of stroke play that he possesses. The wicket falls, the third one. Sharad Lamba with the wicket. So many bowling options for this Stallions team. Usman Khalid looking to buy a wicket, but Hamad Azam was in glorious touch today.
Goodness, yes, and Milind Kumar the same, dragging that one from probably the line of off stump, well over the top. That was the shot that Clive Lloyd said. Sir Clive Lloyd said, "Ooh, that was a good shot." So if that happened,
It must have been a good shot.
It had to have been a good shot.
Last rights were written as Hassan Mohsin clattering one into the helmet of Hamad Azam. And the innings come to close. We believe it's 167 the total for Kingsmen. And Stallion X will need to come out and bat quite well to get that far, because Kingsmen also has a very good bowling lineup. I think it made innings time, so we'll catch our breath and take a short break. We'll be coming back with the run chase. Stay tuned.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports. star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports. Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports. Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites. Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites. Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
We are ready for the reply. 168 is the target. And Mohamed Ilyas is the man with ball in hand. And we'll wait and see who are the two openers. Typically it's usually Shayan Jahangir, but we'll confirm that. It looks like Tajinda is one, but still waiting on the scorers. Welcome, Shah Faisal. 168 to win.
Okay, thank you very much, Lenny. Mohammad Ilyas with the ball in hand, who bowled that fiery spell yesterday. That is the batting card. 71 for Hamad Azam, 44 for Milind Kumar. Tournament's leading run scorer has moved ahead further from Usman Khan as we are about to get ready for the run chase. 169 is the requirement to lift Atlanta Open 2025 for the Stallions.
So Arya Kananta is the man on strike and gets a good delivery, allows it to go through. And Shah Faisal, things are on the way here. 169 needed.
Yeah, that is the requirement. talking about Ilyas earlier on in the com box. Sir Clive Lloyd was in, and he did mention about that spell from Muhammad Ilyas.
Yeah, we talked about how lively Mohamed Ilyas has been. Shah Faisal, he's a full effort bowler.
He's a very wholehearted cricketer. He will give his all. Runs in hard. He's also a good fielder. We've seen his big hitting prowess as well earlier in the tournament. Beautiful sunny afternoon here in Rydell. Perfect conditions and perfect settings for this big final. Arya Kananta has been given opportunities from time to time up the order. Not exactly opening, but he's batted 3 and 4 in this tournament.
Yeah, he's a good young player. He's facing up to one of the better bowlers we've seen in this series, Mohamed Ilyas. Really, when you want someone to bring the pace, he certainly can do that. We saw in the semi-final Shah Faisal 3 for 23. And he was really good. That got them into the final. And here they are. They're defending a very good score. And so far, no run on the board yet. We've seen 3 dot balls. Mohamed Ilyas runs into ball to Aryan Kananta. Oh, slashing shot through the offside. Eludes Aryan Satish. And it looks like he's gone for 6.
Yeah, the pace of Ilyas. And put it to good use. Just give himself some room. Have a look. Clear that front leg. And slashed away the outstretched hand of the fielder. Not able to catch the ball. That is a good start for Arya Kananta. Come spinners, and you'll see that Arya also loves to bring out the switch hit.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, you mentioned earlier on, given opportunities at the top. And as we have seen, you would not be given opportunity at the top if you're not of some caliber. And he's a very attacking young player. And he comes in here, we've seen a slashing shot over the offside that has gone for 6.
He's wringing his hand now because that ball jagged back and hit him on the glove. At pace from Ilyas. This one goes the other way. Closes out the over with an outswinger. Ilyas, 1 done. Stallions in reply, 6 for none.
So Milind Kumar will partner Mohamed Ilyas.
Earlier on, we were talking about the MVP. Milind Kumar's bowling stats, Lenny. How many wickets for him in this championship? He's bowled crucial spells. 4 wickets as well to go with the runs.
Yeah, we saw a big knock between him and Hamad Azam. And so he's been given the ball here, as we have seen so much in T20 cricket. Shah Faisal, pace and spin. And spin has always been very important in the shorter form of the game. Good start from Milind Kumar. You talked about how good he's been with the bat. Very useful off spinner who's picked up wickets along the way.
219 plus the 44 that he made today. 263 runs for the tournament and 4 wickets at good economy rate as well. In fact, at an excellent economy rate.
Yeah, one of the best, along with Hassan Khan. They've really bowled under 5. So you're right on that. Good economy rates for him. Figures 2 for 17 and 2 for 20 along the line. That's your 4 wickets for you. But he's bowled some tidy overs in between. And anytime you bring a team that has 1 or 2 left-hander, they'll have to hurry. In the end, good running. You bring the left-handers out, and then out come the off-spinner.
Yeah, that's the game of matchups these days. Matchups have become a key word. The Atlanta Open hospitality is at another level this year. Thank you very much, Santa.
Yeah, 3 runs.
That's why we love coming back here.
3 runs in the over so far. This has been a tidy one here for Milind Kumar. What a shot from Aryan Kananta. We talked about how good this man is. And he's always looking for quick and big runs.
Yeah, I was talking about his switch hit. But this was the conventional slog sweep. Look at those long levers accessing the ball way out in front. And sends it soaring in the direction of Highway 411. 9 of the over, 2 done, 15 for none.
So Ilyas will continue. They're off to a good start. 7.5 runs and over. We've seen strikes from Aryan Kananta already. A couple of sixes off his bat. But Ilyas continues. Oh, flicked away. That's a good looking shot from Tajinder Singh. We'll only get 1 shot, Faisal. But he brings the attacking Aryan Kananta back on strike. He's been exciting to watch.
He's got 2 sixes, although against Ilyas in the previous over, he was backing away. Looked technically more composed and compact against spin. He hit Ilyas for 6, but that was a slash outside the off stump. He also got hit on the glove. And after that blow, the last ball, he didn't show the inclination to get behind the ball. This will be interesting here.
Yeah, you're right on that. We saw in the last ball, he was either looking to make room or making sure he doesn't get hit again.
Well, let's give him the benefit of doubt. He was trying to access the offside. Power play, so wide open spaces for the batters. Just the third man and a backward square leg on the fence. Ilyas has got a long run up, starts out from the outside of the 30-yard box. Slow delivery, still backing away. Not looking to get behind the line and almost got foxed by this slow run from Ilyas.
And sure, Faisal, it'll be interesting to see a short ball anytime now directed at the body. And by no means we're saying that Aryan Kananta can't bat the short ball. We're just talking on what the bowlers, fast bowlers with that bit of pace have in their arsenal.
That is that short ball that Lenny was talking about. Given as wide for line because I don't think umpire Ishan rather, had time to have a glance over to square leg and get the signal from his fellow umpire.
And sure, what I did there, I just went into the brain of a fast bowler.
Although you were a spinner yourself, Lenny.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get into the player's brain and realizing that he has not bowled a short ball. It might be a good time. Anytime now, one will come.
The dignitaries, the guests, the crowd continue to pour in. And this power play so far. 2 sixes, but nothing in between. 18 now, and Ilyas has gone through 1.4 overs. Little bit of an inside edge onto the boot. That can be painful.
Yeah, couple of knocks for him. And I'm not talking knocks off the bat, but body blows. We saw earlier on one that probably struck Ananta pretty hard, and now this one into the boot. But just coming back into the life of a fast bowler, they don't play around. They give you all their effort, and they don't run. They don't run 30 yards for nothing.
Yeah, fast bowlers are strange creatures, you know. You don't want to get on the wrong side of them. There have been some crazy instances of fast bowlers not liking something that could just seem so innocuous. I'll bring an instance after this ball if we get a chance. Ilyas does give us the chance to talk about that instance of fast bowlers. Curtly Ambrose bowling to late Dean Jones in Australia, and Dean Jones didn't like the white wristbands of Curtly Ambrose and asked him to remove. He was well within his right to do that. But what happened after that? Do you remember it at all?
A little bit, yeah.
And Sir Curtly Ambrose, got furious, and he bowled one of these spells to remember. Thick inside half of the bat will earn him at least 2. And it was the most ferocious of bowling spells. And Dean Jones, later on when he retired in one of his interviews, he regretted the fact that, I don't know why he did it, because what came after that, it was just too hot to handle for him.
Activities going on in the ground, Shah Faisal. These are shots from the other games going on in the complex. A lot of cricket being played here. Several pitches.
I think it's one of our cameraman, Keshav, who's on the far end. He's capturing that shot from the ground right across from us where we're sitting. Closer to him, obviously.
Yeah, Keshav, Ronnie, and Kabir. The 3 cameramen who's running the deep areas. Doing tremendous job for Cricket 360 and the big production team here. Milind Kumar will continue. And Aryan Kananta, the man on strike. They're gone quickly up to 21. Gets a good delivery and can score on this occasion. It's a good start to Milind Kumar. He's more than useful off spinner.
Very fiercely struck, but a good solid hand there from the fielder. Prevents more than a single.
So ball driven into the onside, can score. And we looked at the batting order, Shah Faisal, that has taken them into the final Stallion X. We've seen the likes of the top order, the likes of Shahan Jahangir, Tajinder Singh, he's out there. Sharad Lamba. Shahan Jayasuriya in the middle. And they've done well to take their team to the last 2. Big final
overshadowed all of them. Usman Khan, the man himself, he has been prolific. All the other batsmen have chipped around him and contributed where Usman didn't. Usman did have a couple of games with very low scores, but when he does get in, he's made sure he does the job all by himself.
And Shah Faisal, we spoke about the team that wins here will win their second championship in the time that we've seen cricket at the Paramvirs. Kingsmen in 2023 and Stallions in 2022. Big shot from Arya Kananta. And we talked about how good he can hit the ball. This is another evidence of his big hitting.
He's more competent and compact against spin, and there is more evidence of that this stroke. This time gave himself some room and chose the area straight down the ground. He wasn't inclined to drag it towards that cow corner. Have a look at where it went. Straight over and into the side screen and to the adjoining field. 4 done is 29 for none.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
So 29 for none, 4 overs gone. Looks like Zia ul Haq Shah Faisal. So pace again replaces Mohamed Ilyas.
Yeah, pace from this end has been the preferred method for teams across the last 3 days especially. This is gone straight up, but inside the power play it will clear the infield. And Milind Kumar will get to the ball.
Yeah, easy single for Tajinder Singh, and now we'll get a chance. Oh, a couple of runs for Tajinder Singh, and I was just going to make the point that we've got a chance to see Arya Kananta to have a chance at another fast bowler who has really bowled well.
Yes, Ziaul Haq is formidable. He may not be in the top wicket takers, but his impact is undeniable. Been put away. Will it have enough legs? Not quite. Ilyas brings the ball back into field of play. Tajinder collects a couple more runs.
Yeah, Tajinder has been at the top order with this Stallions team. Saw him open a couple of times. Shah Faisal, a couple of times he batted around the middle order area. Full toss, lofted over the onside, into the hands of the fielder. And in fact, no, he just came out of the tent, not a fielder. And that maybe has gone for 6.
That has gone for 6. That is Amir Siddiqui, the fielding coach. He tumbled inside the field of play, but the ball had already crossed the line. He was anticipating to catch it. As this is straight down the ground. There is a fearsome assault by Tajinder Singh against Ziaul Haq.
Yeah, a much straighter shot. And we've seen a couple of boundaries off the bowling of Zia. And they've gone quickly up to 43 for no loss, going over 9 and over. This is a good start here from the X.
Yeah, that is a very good start.
And Shah Faisal, that's the reason sometimes. Top edge, but well away from any of the fielder. And we'll have to wait and see if fielder will run around a single, but long time in the air on the leg side.
Yeah. A very predictable response from any fast bowler. Zia had put the ball on the length for Tejinder and he took him for 14. And Ziaul Haq responded with a very good bounce. It was directed right at the badge. And now this is the contest you were awaiting. Arya Kananta against Ziaul Haq once again. Not getting behind, but steering it down for a single to close out over number 5. And it's 45 for none. He has to do 5 so he can get ready for the press. By the way,
So, 5 overs in the books, 44 runs on the board. Brian Walters here as this chase is about to continue. Stallions X have a target of 169. First ball is hit into the hospitality tent for 6, so let's hope that everyone there is okay, including one great Sir Clive Lloyd. So 50 runs on the board with that strike. Again, Brian Walters happy to be joined here in the commentary area by Mr. Abraz Haq. Abraz, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon to you too, Brian. It's a beautiful day out here for this final game.
So these two young men, Arikananta, the batter, the bowler, Aryan Satish, both from Houston, both U21 players, facing off on the big stage here. Your thoughts on what you've seen, and maybe after this delivery, give me some thoughts about what the tournament has looked like for you. Oh, my goodness. That is going to be one that Arikananta will probably regret. They're going to go upstairs for the replay, I would imagine. In fact, it was signaled as such by umpire Ishan Muley at square leg. So this we can take this time while the umpires decide what they're doing for you to give me your reflections on the tournament, what you've seen so far.
Absolutely. It's been a tremendous tournament so far. It's been a great tournament so far, as I was saying here, Brian. I think the batter might have been given out here. You see him walking off. It's great to see so many young players come through here, along with some of other players who have gotten a lot of global international experience, and putting that together, I think it's a great opportunity for cricket to grow here in Atlanta.
So without getting into the details of this decision to be made by the umpires obviously have a job to do, and we are the ones who describe it, not to help them make it, but finish your thoughts.
Absolutely. As I was saying, it's obviously great to have that mix of experience and youth put together, and it's great weather as well to come out and watch cricket, isn't it? And when you have someone like Clive Lloyd sitting in the hospitality box watching you play, the stakes out there are high, but it's a great opportunity for these players to show how good they are as well. And both of these teams are filled with players that really have the ability to do a lot, and we've seen that throughout the tournament and now into the final as well. Pretty big target at the moment of 169, but the Stallions X are doing well for the time being. They're going at a rate of about 10, just a bit under, and they'll be hoping to keep this up and take that trophy home.
So in fact, the dismissal was affected. TV umpire determining that Arikananta did not get back to safety, if you would. And so the first wicket is down. First wicket partnership of 50 is broken. You mentioned a stiff target. What in your mind is the chance? If I were to ask for the Abraz win predictor, what would the Abraz win predictor look like for this chase?
I mean, they've got a pretty good batting lineup. The Stallions X have got a couple of other batsmen coming in and who can hit the ball hard, and we saw that yesterday as well with big shots that they've hit. At the moment, I would still say that Stallions X are ahead. Obviously, it's a game of cricket, unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. If I had to give a predictor, I would say it's still pretty close, though. I'd say maybe 65.
65 in favor of whom?
The Stallions X.
Oh, my.
What about you, Brian? Who would you say is going to win this game if you had to take a prediction from this point?
You, Mr. Abraz Haq, will learn that I am nothing if not a politician. And I let those just go through to the keeper. Anyway, back to the action on the field.
Oh, yes.
So you've been around cricket. You're a relatively young man. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have cricket bats that are older than you. But your thoughts on cricket, the length of time that you've lived here in the Atlanta area?
You know, I think I love the growth of cricket, and I've spoken about it with a lot of the great cricket players that I've met, and how I really do see this as a sport that, I mean, it's the second most watched sport on the planet, but yet there's not too many countries that are familiar with it. And it's a big shot as I keep speaking here. What I think I see here is something that is big for the U.S. cricket. I think Atlanta is one of the hubs here, along with some of the other cities like Houston and Fort Lauderdale and New York, that can help this sport really grow throughout this country. And I had the great honor of speaking to Sir Clive Lloyd earlier this morning, and how he sees this as well. And he had the same opinions as me on that, regarding how great this tournament is in the growth of cricket in this country. It really pushes forward the young players, and like I was saying, gets them the experience to play with more experienced players.
Really interesting and important thoughts as you get through to the end here of over number 6, 58 for 1, make that 59 for 1 after that single. So your thoughts now about this specific game. It feels maybe anticlimactic, maybe a strong word, but it feels like the intensity isn't quite there as you had for the semifinals. And Ziaul Haq, now the bowler, to bowl his second over. Looking at his run-up here, he's running from about maybe 2/3 of the way that his run-up normally is. Usually it's a little bit longer than that. So do you think then that the energy that is in the field is what you saw yesterday in the semifinal, or is there a difference in your mind?
You know, in any sport, I think what a lot of people talk about is how semifinals are typically more important than the finals, and end up being a more entertaining match with a lot of high energy. You know, once you win that semifinals, you're one step closer, and so it's so important to win that game. And that's what we saw from both of these teams yesterday as they came in. Obviously today, a lot of these players on both teams know each other quite well.
Yep.
They're coming in, playing the game, and you know, I will say it's still an entertaining game nonetheless.
Oh, sure.
They've put on a very decent score. It's a score that can be chased down. It's a score that can be defended. So we've got a great game in hands. It hits straight back into Zia's hands over there.
So still an entertaining game. Give me one or two players that you've seen, to put you on the spot, and no, you don't get to be a politician here. Give me one or two players who you've seen who you think sort of draw attention to themselves with their bowling, with their batting, with their fielding, whatever it is that you think.
Well, I'm going to say the bowler right now, right here, Ziaul Haq. He's a bowler with a lot of experience, and he comes in with that pace. He brings it in, and, you know, fast bowlers, I know the previous commentators were also talking a little bit about it. Fast bowlers are some of my favorite players.
Yep.
They bring the aggression into the game, and they set the tempo for that game. And Ziaul Haq does that for this team a lot, and I have been enjoying watching him quite a bit. He's hasn't picked up a wicket yet today. We'll be hoping to get one as this ball comes through the covers right in.
Ouch.
Hit your foot over there. It's a great, classy shot.
I fielded the ball for the first time in about, 15 years. Let's see if the camera caught this ball hitting my foot right there. But, yes, Ziaul Haq, you mentioned how pace bowlers bring the heat, set the tone, bring the intensity. I would certainly put him in that class. He's a major leaguer, former Pakistani opening fast bowler. So what other fast bowlers have you seen in this tournament that maybe fit that same bill?
Ooh, I mean, there's been quite a few that I think come in. Young Patel in the Atlanta Fire team, when he comes in and bowls that first over, he brings that same energy that you see from all the other great fast bowlers. You pick up a wicket in that first over, and it sets the flow. And he's someone, I think, he's only in his early 20s at the moment. I believe he just turned 21 a couple of weeks ago, and he has that energy. And pace bowlers, they need to have that stamina to keep them going throughout their career, and he's someone that I think has the potential to grow his career here in the minor leagues and eventually in the major leagues as well.
Well, that was pretty straightforward. Pretty soft dismissal. Not able to keep that ball down, and a pretty straightforward dismissal there. Relatively disappointing.
Yeah, it's just not a lot of footwork there in that shot. It's straight to that fielder, and not a lot of difficulty there in taking that catch. Catching practice, you would say. Second wicket down now for Stallions X. 65 for 2 here at the end of 7 overs.
The man walking into your living rooms as of right now is Tejinder Singh, the man who has been dismissed. Tejinder Singh will be replaced by Shehan Surya. End of over number... No, in fact, that's the start. The first ball of over number 8 is what you have here. The scorecard, we've been having issues with the scorecard all day. So for the moment, ignore what's on your screen. The first ball of over number 8 is what brings that wicket. So Tejinder Singh has been dismissed. And it will again be Shehan Surya who takes his place now at the non-striker's end. No, in fact, at the striker's end, because that was the first ball of over number 8. What would you have done differently with that shot?
I think played it on the back foot, cut it through maybe in the deep square leg region, maybe down towards the third man region. Just letting the pace of the bowler carry the ball through. Sort of, not like I said, not a lot of footwork there, not a lot of movement.
And I assume by square leg you mean point.
I apologize. Point and fine leg. Flipped it around in my mind.
Just making sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that correction.
No problem. No problem. So the left-handed batter, facing up to the leg spinner, whose regulation stock delivery turns into the lefty, and he's bowling around the wicket. What does that add up to for you?
He'll want to get his line correct here. I think having a good line and it's a great shot over the covers for 4, and then that's not quite the line I was thinking of. On the stumps would be a lot better here. Straight and quick is what would be probably better, but in that instance it was full and wide and no protection in the deep there. See some moves in the fielders.
So with the fielders in the deep on the leg side. Nobody in the deep at extra cover. Walk me through what you think the reasoning is for the bowler to start around the wicket to the left-handed batter.
Perhaps he's looking for something that's where he will try and get the batter to hit over the top on the offside and get underneath him for a wicket hitting the ball. But this one has gone onto the road. And it looks like the fall of the wicket hasn't slowed anything down in this game.
Well,
but having that, like I was saying, having that trap almost is perhaps what the bowler was thinking there. Getting the player to play a big shot, the batsman, and sneaking that ball in between, coming in towards the batsman for the left-hander.
You're seeing that replay again. Usman Khan, I believe, is who the batter is. The scorecard says Usman K. And I will tell you that he has been on fire this entire tournament. Had a 96 the other day, had a 94 earlier in the tournament. And he strikes the ball cleanly, strikes it fiercely. And we'll see exactly. There's a little, I don't know, that's some byplay happening there behind the stumps. Very jovial and at the same time very, what's the term? I would say there's not a whole lot of competitiveness at the moment. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. I'm sorry, over number 8.
It's 4 balls, and I've got a wicket falling, but also a 4 and a 6. So we're seeing a bit of everything in this over.
Pulled away into the deep, catchable. Oh, absolutely down the throat of Sharjeel Khan, and he makes a meal of it. So that is necessarily, I think, a pretty straightforward catch there that was put down.
Should have been taken. Obviously, it's dropped on 12 over here. Usman Khan pulls that one into the leg side. Reactions from the fans from behind.
Exactly. That's pretty straightforward. Our counter or the scorecard, again, we've been having issues with the scorecard, and let's stipulate that the technology fails us sometimes. That, I believe, though, is the end of over number 8. 13 runs come from the over. At the end of 8, the score is 78 for 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So as you're saying, a bit of everything in that last over, Braz.
Yeah, they've about almost halfway through this chase at the moment. Only 2 wickets lost so far. Only 3 wickets had fallen in that first innings as well.
7 to 8 runs on the board at the equivalent stage in the first innings, meaning after 8 overs, the Kingsmen were on 53. So, needless to say, you're far ahead of the game if you're the Stallions X at this stage. 78 for 2, you need another 91 in 72 balls in modern-day cricket. That's pretty much a straightforward ask, is it not?
Absolutely, especially when you have 8 wickets in hand and batting firepower like the Stallions X do.
Akhtar Shah into the attack. Akhtar Shah has pace. See the first delivery signaled as 1 bouncer for the over here by the umpiring crew. Tell me your opinion of Akhtar Shah as you see him. Talk me through anything that you see with his action, with his approach to the wicket, with the delivery itself. Anything about him that you think is noteworthy. And I'll give you some time to observe him as he comes in here to bowl over number 9. Tripped away into the deep. Shardil Khan, the man who put the catch down a second ago. But your thoughts so far, what you've seen from young Mr. Akhtar Shah?
He hits the deck hard, right? He comes in and he hits it with pace. He's quick, and then when he comes in with that action, he hits it hard onto the floor, into the pitch. The batters have played him well in that last shot, but he has that same aggression as a player who can set the tempo of the game. It's his first over in this inning, so he'll be looking to take a couple of wickets.
So given his ability so far, as a bowler, he just, to me, I think you're exactly right. He hits the deck hard. Second leading bowler statistically in the side for this tournament. 8 wickets, 3 of them yesterday. 3 for 16 were his figures. And even though he can be a little erratic, tends to have a few wides every game, but when he gets it spot on, when he gets it in the right areas, he can be very difficult to score off of. And again, bowls a very, as they say, a very heavy ball. Let's see what he does here to Shane Jayasuriya. Just inside the wide line, it looked like.
Yeah, he'll want to keep his line and length good today. It's coming onto the bat very easily for the batsman, and he'll need to make sure he's on top of his game, as you were saying. When he gets it right, he can pick up wickets. That's what they need at the moment. Wickets is the only way that they can win this game at this point.
Intentional, just riding it down to deep third. And they just essentially walk a single. So going into the last ball here of over number 9, you said that you think, or I think I just heard you say that they'll need to bowl out the Stallions X in order to win.
I would say either bowl out or pick up those wickets, because as you keep picking up those wickets, it puts more pressure. So you don't necessarily have to take all 10 wickets here to win this game, but take 2 wickets, take 3 wickets over the next couple of overs. That'll put the pressure right back onto the Stallions X. It'll create more dot balls, and with dot balls will come more pressure on the batsman, and that'll bring out more wickets. And that's sort of probably the path that they need to take to win this match from this point onwards.
Okay. Single into the deep. 4 runs come from the over. Good over bowled here by Akhtar Shah. End of over number 9. The score is 82 for 2.
Very economical. A change in bat here, perhaps. A couple of options coming out.
Usman Khan is the man who has the bat change. That was Ehsan Adil, the big fast bowler, who typically don't see fast bowlers running errands like bringing out the bat for a batter who is a foot shorter in height. But going back to...
It's a good run rate here, 9.28. That's what they're at the moment.
Now here is a change. I mentioned that Akhtar Shah is the leading, or second leading bowler in the side statistically. Well, this man who's about to bowl is number 1, Usman Qadir. Usman Qadir is the son of the late great Abdul Qadir. You may not have been born when Abdul Qadir was playing. In fact, I'm sure of it. But
I've heard great stories of him from my grandparents.
Tremendous leg spinner. And I believe that all of those tricks live on right here in his son, Usman Qadir. Is this catchable? It is absolutely catchable, but if it's the grounds, in fact, if it's the cameraman who's out there making catches, and in fact, I think we need to give him, 5 push-ups for having dropped that sitter. Absolute sitter. That's a catch that should be taken. But as it relates to the match itself, that goes for 6, obviously. We're just being tongue-in-cheek. So I don't expect that Usman Qadir is going to do that very often. I think he's going to want to pitch that ball up.
A little short on that last occasion.
Short again, and a second chance to redeem himself. This time he doesn't even try, the cameraman. Oh, my goodness. So consecutive 6s. And in all seriousness, these are 2 really long hops bowled here by Usman Qadir. After that big build-up that we just provided, 2 balls that easily Usman Khan is able to go back on his back foot and plant him over mid-wicket.
Yeah, 2 very similar shots. This protection in the deep, but when you're timing it like that, those fielders aren't going to be able to get those.
So to the point I was just making about Usman Khan, 6 more, 3 on the trot. This is fearsome ball striking. 18 from the first 3 balls that he has faced in the entirety of the tournament so far. Usman Qadir has conceded 139 runs in 6 innings bowling. He's conceded 18 from the first 3 balls of this over.
3 huge shots, all 3 for 6 on that leg side of Usman Khan.
So Usman Khan is a big hitter. Said earlier he had 96, and in fact he leads his team in runs in this tournament. 210 runs for the tournament coming into today. But my goodness, these are really hit-me type balls that he's seen from Usman Qadir. And at the moment, with 3 deliveries in, and he pulls out of his run-up here, of course, 3 deliveries in, I'm expecting something to be going away from the batter. Quicker delivery. LBW shout is not going to be given, but that is more along the lines of what you think you'd see from Usman Qadir. Quicker, making sure that that Mr. Khan can't get underneath him.
It's a great comeback there in that 4th delivery. Usman Khan striking at 300 at the moment is his strike rate.
By the way, that last 6 bringing up the 100, and that is 6 more. Unbelievable ball striking. This is a full toss at 50 miles an hour. You and I could go out there and hit that for 6. Well, you can maybe.
I'm sure you can as well, Brian. That's a much slower delivery, just looped up there for the batsman, and there's no chance that he's not going to put that away for a 6.
I have to tell you, first of all, he might consider himself lucky that was not determined to have been a no ball, because it's loopy, it's tossed up. When Usman Khan plays it, obviously, for it to have been a no ball, it would have had to have passed above waist height when he's in his normal standing position. It was at least very close, and no such signal provided by the umpire. But to me, these are shocking deliveries being bowled here by Usman Qadir. That's more what you expect.
Much better.
Outside the line of off stump, a dot ball closes out a very expensive over. 24 runs come from the over. The end of over number 10, 106 for 2. And by the way, let's say, Abraz, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on.
Great talking to you as well here, Brian. Thank you very much.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
TLFIOE.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
.106 Scorecard suggests 9.5 overs, but Akhtar Shah still got the ball in his hand. He's bowled 1 over, so he's coming into his second over. Over number 11. Usman Khan batting on 39, challenging Milind Kumar for that top batter spot in terms of runs in the tournament. He started the day 10 runs behind, and Milind Kumar made 44. So he's 15 runs behind. At the moment, it's Jayasuriya on strike. Looking for that big wind-up as the throw comes in. It's again a great privilege and honor to welcome along in the commentary box chairman and owner of Atlanta Open, and a very proud owner of the franchise Atlanta Fire as well. Very warm welcome to you, Hassan Bhai, in the com box.
Thank you for having me, Faisal Bhai. It's a good final going on right now. Beautiful weather. Let's see who comes up on the top.
Absolutely gorgeous day. Could not have expected better conditions actually throughout the tournament, although it got a bit cold for a couple of days in the morning games. But the weather, we've been blessed with fantastic weather, and probably today is the best day.
Definitely looks like it. You know, over the years, if you look at it, this is our 5th Atlanta Open tournament, and we've been consistent with our dates end of the year, because this time of the year the weather is beautiful, less chance of raining, and the light, cold temperature is a perfect weather for cricket. So we've been blessed with that for the last 5 years, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely, and having been part of it for most of the time, I can certainly say that we've seen cricket in this country played in extreme heat at times, but come Atlanta Open, and it's just about the perfect cricketing weather. This year's tournament, everything went smoothly from an outsider's point of view, although we're part of the broadcast, but give us some insight of how this year's tournament went and how satisfied you are.
So this year tournaments definitely went great. As you can see, no interruption, whether or not any logistical challenges or weather. And then I think we have successfully managed the whole operation properly this year.
He's carved it away. No fielder in that direction, and we'll run away. Well, they're making easy work of this target. Two very experienced batters of international pedigree, just backing away and slicing it through, up and over. Jayasuriya hasn't had much to do with the bat in the tournament. Such is the strength of their team, but will be enjoying and having fun under the sun here at the Paramveer. Talking about all the operations going smoothly. Oh, he's wrong-footed that. The wicket keeper. Wide ball. And it didn't go over the fence. Talking about the operations going smoothly this year. Obviously, you had been very much busy with the minor league as well, into the playoffs and the finals. Actually, the final happening just one day before this tournament began. So must have had quite a few sleepless nights.
Oh yeah, you know, but when you're excited, you don't need sleep. We were fortunate enough to win the minor league season. This is that's the greatest achievement so far, I would say, in our cricketing life with Atlanta Fire. We've been close in 2022. We played final, but we came short. this time again. So this proves and this tells us we've been consistently putting up quality team. We have the whole combination of U21, U19, proper coaching staff, proper management. You've known Mount Halimis who've been with us from the get-go. Santa, she's been the heart of the team behind the picture. We have marketing Ramsey, Babu, different people that made this tournament successful, and they've been with us from the day one, so they know the role, and that makes our job very easy.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that victory in minor league championship. It must have been a great moment of pride for the entire Atlanta cricket community because, like you said, you've been there, you've been very close at times. That heartbreak from the 2022, that must have been quite a difficult pill to swallow at the time. But it's good that it only took 3 years for you to come back and win that championship, because it's obviously a very competitive field, a national tournament of that magnitude, and to have won that, you must have been very, very proud.
Oh, absolutely. You know, no matter how great team you put together, sometimes injury happens, flexibility, availability, and then it takes a little bit of luck out of 26 teams in minor league to come through. To make it to playoff is one thing, and then also to clinch the championship, it takes the dedication, consistency from both player side, management side. We'd like to make it easy for players to come in and play free, make it easy for the coaching and management so they can focus on what they need to execute, and we can support them from behind the picture.
And as we've been talking in the last couple of hours, our production crew is going around the field and focusing on all the sponsors who've contributed towards this tournament. Obviously, Tariq Real Estate, the main sponsor, as you see the sign behind the fielder, and then Top Dollar Amusement to go with quite a few of other supporters. So their support, obviously, for tournament like this is essential. And what do you think we need to do as a team to reach out more and get more financial sponsorship for tournament like this, as successful as this is?
So, you know, any tournament in this caliber, we need sponsorship. I think we're still lacking and behind the financial support and sponsorship for cricket in general, but it's growing. You know, if you look at any other U.S. American sports, basketball, football, or anything else, there's a money that there's a tap, you can tap into it. So we need to just go, you know, there's colleges, universities, we need to go and see how to bring this in. Park and recreation, they have funds for other sports, why not for cricket? So we just need to figure out how to get those out and get involved more in the community and government entities so we can make more available. You know, any park and recreation, they have basketball, baseball, why not a cricket pitch? That's why we can grassroots from different areas, not only where the financial able, we can find the talent in different areas. That's going to be our goal going forward.
Yeah, definitely much needed, because what Usman Qadir had been put away now in the gap. It's been a difficult day for Usman Qadir. Second best bowler of the tournament is finding life quite difficult in this final at the hands of Jayasuriya and Usman. Jayasuriya moved right across his stumps and then just lifted it. There was a sweeper, but Akhtar Shah, lackluster effort, couldn't prevent the boundary. This is gone up. Shots of catch it. Aryan Satish takes it. That's the wicket Usman was looking for, and he's got one. It didn't come without cost, but at least he has the back of Shayan Jayasuriya. Nicely judged by the youngster. It went high up in the air, and Jayasuriya's knock has been curtailed. Third wicket down for the Stallions in the run chase in the big final. Looks like Sharat Lamba is the new man in, or is it Usman Khalid? Usman Khan has been in the middle. It is Usman Khalid, in fact, the new man in. Hassan Tariq is still alongside us in the comm box. And Hassan bhai, I was going to think about few of the memories of minor league championship, but not going too far back. This year, do you have anything, any particular memory that stands out for you and that's likely to be with you for quite a long time? What would be that?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, this was one of the years very memorable for us. As you know, we had Shakib Al Hassan played minor league for the first time, and I think the level of quality or level of the star power or world record, however you want to describe it, top all-rounder for all three formats for 6 years in a row, and I believe 10 years for a couple of others. Having to have him in our team and being able to bring him to Atlanta for the cricket fan of Atlanta, I think that was one of the greatest accomplishment. And not to mention the championship trophy comes on top. That's the cherry on the top.
Yeah, talk about Shakib Al Hassan, and we covered minor league cricket here at Paramveer. And Shakib is one of the modern day greats of the game, like you mentioned, all three formats. Going forward, probably the way cricket is going, these three format superstars going to be fewer and fewer. And Shakib might just represent one of the last generation who mastered all three formats. And for him to be here on the cricket scene of America, the cricket scene of minor league, and I saw the way he was around the group, very helpful, very accommodating with the youngsters and the fans. And he put in some wonderful performances. Struggled a little bit with the bat. Pitches weren't the best at times, but with the ball, he made a real impact.
Absolutely. Yes, like you said, that how you saw him gelling with the team. We have a few, I think probably we one of the team had most under 19 and under 21 that in our roster, and we actually played them in our playing 11 as we always focusing on our development of youth. So having to see how Shakib cooperate with them and gel with them was the greatest. I didn't was a little nervousness was there how he will gel with the team and this level, but that was the greatest success. I think he was more jolly. Coach Monty Desai keeps saying that Shakib always bring his inner child. So he was actually was enjoying and having fun with playing with Jamar and Paul and Steven and Aaron Jones, and he was, I think, enjoying his company, like Rishi and our youngsters like Viraj and them. So it was gelling. The day before the final, we were sitting having a team meeting, and he was very happy to say like a few words for everybody, and he was promising the team to bring the trophy right there on that table. And with God's help, we were able to do that.
Ilyas back at the bowling crease. Yeah, talking about Shakib Al Hassan and talking about your team members, there's some real characters in Atlanta Fire. When you talk about Jamar Hamilton, from the outside, he looks an absolute fun guy. The way he's behind the stumps, full of energy, keeping everybody on their toes. How about behind the scenes? How is he?
Jamar is a very, very interesting character. He's the fun of the team. So most of the time when he start talking in our dugout, both coach and I say, Jamar, can you say that in English? So he comes back again, slow down. But he brings the joy, he brings the fun, whether or not team is down or whether or not we're celebrating. So I think he shows the character, along with some senior players like Sunny Patel. They enjoy each other's company. There's a gap between our 18 years old versus the 37 years old, but how they gel, how they pick on each other. That's what the root of the success. That was our secret to success, you'd say.
And you mentioned Sunny Patel. He's also another of those characters, but by nature he's a street fighter. I mean, every time you'd feel, as this has been put away straight to the sweeper, every time you feel like the team is down, the chips are down, Sunny Patel is the kind of character you want to bail you out of there, whether with batting, bowling, fielding. he has that street fighter attitude on the pitch.
Absolutely, he sure does, and he does bring the dynamic diversity as far as our bowling attack and being able to bat, and not to mention his field. So he's definitely one of our top success secret. And we also have to mention about Stephen Taylor.
I was going to come down to that. Another single to the total. So a couple of players' names that when you talk about Atlanta Fire, immediately the players' names that come to mind. Stephen Taylor. He is the most associated player with Atlanta Fire from back in 2018. I think when we went to Michigan, he was still with Atlanta Fire, Wisconsin. And he is also the heartbeat of the team.
Yes, he sure is. If you look at it, I feel like Stephen grew up with us. I tell him, you were growing with us. He's been loyal and committed to his team. So have we. You know, if you look at it, as you know, I co-own a team in Bangladesh Premier League, Rangpur Riders. Stephen had an opportunity to participate in Bangladesh Premier League. He also had an opportunity to play in Global Super League. So this is our relationship with our global relationship. We bring players from Bangladesh, bring players from USA to play, give them some exposure and opportunity, give them a path. If you do well here, there's an opportunity to do overseas as well. So I think that's how we can keep our players motivated and give them an opportunity.
And that's the beauty of franchise cricket, because it has no borders now. Like you mentioned, your involvement in Bangladesh and then the Guyana Super League. And it has opened up opportunities for players from here to go and participate. And that will also be something really good for the youngsters that are part of the team. And what I was impressed particularly by a couple of youngsters that played in the minor league, Aryan Patel and Parth Patel. In fact, one of the key crunch games when it looked like the game was on the line, Parth Patel hit that 1-6 against the Royals. And that went a long way to securing that top spot in the division.
Absolutely, you know, that's
gone up. Usman can't get to it. He could have had that wicket and leapfrogged Asif on the top of the wicket taker's pile. But he cannot blame anyone but himself. This went miles in the air. And that dive wasn't enough. He always possesses the wicket-taking threat, Usman, though he's been expensive today. Sorry, I had to interrupt you because of that part of action. Carry on. And I know you got a lot of other things to worry about as well, as we're getting close to the final presentation as well, as this game comes to a close.
No, at the end, you know, always blessed to have a group, including you guys, you know, broadcasters, commentators, umpires, management, field owners. I have to mention Joyce Patel and his family, and they've been very supportive over cricket over the years. And thanks for allowing us to play cricket here. And then also, you know, the groundsmen and everyone. It's a combined effort. So we're really thankful to have an opportunity like that, and we want to continue to grow. Hopefully each year we can go do better and better, and we can present a better cricket for the fans of Atlanta, for cricket fans of USA and global.
We truly appreciate your time, and definitely we cannot thank you enough for your contributions for cricket in this country and helping along and providing a pathway to not just senior pros but to the youngsters as well, and we thank you very much for that. As Usman Khan, this over is coming to a close. It's time to say thank you very much once again, Hassan Bhai, for your time. I know you got plenty more on your plate, so go and do that, and we wish you the best of the rest of the final, and thank you for a wonderful Atlanta Open 2025.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and we'll see you in the award ceremony.
All right. Well, if you're following the action, it's Usman versus Usman versus Usman. That's a scorer's nightmare.
Already is.
As it's time to welcome along Lania Chabar, who's taking his place. Hassan Tariq has left us. Usman to Usman. And it's a dot ball. Well, Usman Khalid is new to the crease. He's batting on 5. Lania Chabar is more reliable than anyone else. It reads 131 for 3 at the moment. So fill me up with the scores.
I want to think Usman Khan
Came first, so he's batting on 47.
Correct, yeah.
Can you swap that in the scorebook, like straight swap?
Not me, they got to do it.
No, but you can do in yours.
No, I have the right guy, Usman Khan.
Okay.
I have my stuff is right. It's only
What
that
about the total?
the total is correct, unless they made a single off the last ball. Do you know what? Okay, let's see.
No, no single.
Yes, they did because Khalid is on strike. So thank you, Shaw Faisal. We come down to the final 5.
You leave? All right. We mix it. You do.
Zia comes into bowl to Khalid into the offside, and Shaw Faisal, we're down to the last 5. That will bring curtains down on another successful Atlanta Open series.
I was just talking to Hassan Tariq, the owner and chairman of the league. Very happy man, very proud, and definitely a resounding success for everyone involved.
Shot off the bat of Usman Khalid, and it's gone away for a boundary.
Straight as an arrow. Ziaul Haq was full, and he was put away. Usman Khalid has been able to score crucial runs. Not huge in terms of quantity, but in terms of value, worth as gold. Is this one? He's pushed it into the offside. 136 now. Only 33 needed. This run chase hadn't hit any trouble, and if I ask any, there is a race going on for the top wicket taker and the top batter. Wicket takers are even, Usman Tariq and Asif. This is up in the air. Who wants it? And it's taken. Usman Qadir with the catch. What he couldn't do of his own bowling, he's helped out Ziaul Haq with the wicket. And Usman Khalid departs.
Yeah, looking to go big again. We saw previous 2 balls into the offside, but this one skied high. And you're right on that, Shaw Faisal. We saw in the previous over, Usman Qadir put one off his own bowling, but this time he has done great help to Ziaul Haq. Not a wicket falls, 136 for 4.
Short right now. He was 10 behind, so he's caught up 3 because the other guy made 44. Oh no, he's caught up 7, so 3 behind.
Oh, I wasn't following.
No, it's 51.
Check the overall score now. I wonder who comes to the, do you know the other guy that walks to the middle? Because he
Faraz Ali. It's not Awais Zia who's bowling. Who's scoring? This is
Ziaul Haq has picked up a wicket here, Shaw Faisal.
the fast bowler's got better average and economy.
And so far as Ali comes to the middle, they still need 31 to win. And straight away strokes this one into the offside. So Faraz Ali's he's off the mark and brings Usman Khan back on strike.
There's so much strength and depth in these teams. Faraz Ali played a bits and pieces part in this tournament. But I remember one of the games where the chips were down. He came in and played absolutely beautifully on a difficult pitch at field 5. But after that, he didn't get many opportunities. Lania Chebar giving a wave to his millions of fans in New York. He's a popular man, don't get me wrong. Maybe not millions, but thousands for sure. Am I right? You're humble. Lenny?
So 47 to Usman Khan. Ball cut away into the offside, so he hands the strike quickly over to Faraz Ali. In fact, he will not. He will keep the strike. The over comes to a close. 15 gone. It's 138 for 4. So Usman Kadir still looking for that one tiebreaker. And Shah Faisal should have picked it up in the last over, but put down his own chance.
Yeah, that's what I said at the time when I was on air. He can't blame anyone but himself. If he's not able to get a wicket in the next 5 deliveries, I wouldn't go against it though, because Usman has the ability to bowl wicket-taking balls. One slip there, the skipper has given him a fielder. I think it's Awais Zia fielding in the slips. Not against this kind of ball. Faraz Ali hails originally from Karachi, and players from that part of the world are very good against spin. It has to be something special to dismiss Faraz. Although Usman Khan on strike, he likes to meet fire with fire. So I don't think he will be shy to take on Usman Kadir.
And he's on 49. And he allows one to go through, and Shah Faisal. Usman Kadir has 3 balls, still tied with Asif Mahmood, so 3 balls for him to come up with a tiebreaker. 49 so far from Usman Khan.
Big swing and a miss. Usman Khan himself is perilously close to overhauling the total of Milind Kumar to go at the top of the pile. 4 runs, I believe. He was 9 runs behind when the day started. Picks up another single, gets closer and takes Usman Kadir further away from the probability of becoming the leading wicket taker. He's still got 1 chance, and that is 50 for Usman Khan. Wonderful player and a wonderful tournament. He's had scores of 96 and 94 and 50 in the big final. I don't think the message has gone across yet. Usman Kadir will not be able to overhaul Asif Mahmood's total of wickets for this tournament, and they both finish top of the pile in terms of number of wickets. Who's got the better average? Who's got the better economy rate? That things may just go down to that, to determining who will be the best bowler of the tournament. As it stands, it is 141 for 3. Good atmosphere around the ground here at the Paramveer Sports Complex on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Pleasant breeze across, unbroken sunshine, hardly a cloud in the sky. What a spectacle this has been for the final occasion of this Atlanta Open 2025.
So Zia will continue. Playing a miss from Faraz Ali and Shah Faisal. We come down to what? 100. It's 142 now, so they need 27 to win.
This is over number 17, so 23 balls. It's quite a regulation run chase from here on in. Faraz hacks it onto the onside. Usman will pick up the ball. A run closer to that target of 169.
Yeah, we look at Zia hold a hack in this series. Shah Faisal, he's gotten a mixed bag, so to speak. We saw in one game he went for 56 in his 4, picked up 1, and then on some other times we have seen him gone for 2 wickets for just 11 runs. So in between, he has picked up 1 apiece on some other occasion. But we know he's such a quality fast bowler, and we haven't been short of seeing these men exhibiting the art of fast and seam bowling. Another single into the onside from Usman Khan. So we come closer. 25 to win. So far as Ali is the man on strike, and Zia operates from the media center end. Full toss, hammered away, finds the gap in front of Sharjil Khan, and that has gone away for 4.
A low full toss angling onto the pads of Faraz Ali, and it's been put away. And that brings the equation closer to a runner ball. 21 needed of 20 balls.
And Shah Faisal, we talked about the team that wins here will win twice at the Atlanta Open. Kingsmen in 2023 and Stallions X in 2022. So they've got history, and they've been to the winning platform in the past year, and one of them will go onto that stage for the second time.
Oh, wide throw. Faraz was short, but Akhtar Shah wild with his return. 17 done. It's 149 for 4.
days of T20 cricket with so much wickets to go. And we've seen Usman Khan, he's been well set for some time.
At this day and age, run a ball in the last 3 overs. Shouldn't even go to the last over. These are all good players. The conditions are good. Faraz Ali has gotten away 1 boundary in this innings. Shots up, catch it. It's away from Sharjeel. And 1 bounce into the hospitality tent.
Yeah, lovely shot from Faraz Ali. A little bit of an uppercut. And that's a shot popular these days when the ball is going high. Look at that. Just help it along its way. And in between an uppercut and a slice in front of Sharjeel Khan, who made a valiant attempt. And we come down to 13 to win. Shah Faisal, we've seen an over from Akhtar Shah, gone for 5. Couple of balls remaining. And Faraz Ali had a quick knock so far. 13 for him.
Helped it on its way. Sweeper is there though. So what, 12 needed now. Usman will finally get a chance to face Akhtar Shah. Don't be surprised if he backs away and hits him onto that onside. There's a fine leg deep, actually square leg, and there is a mid wicket. His favorite area is between mid on and mid wicket. There's a huge gap. No one close in on the onside. Plays and a miss.
Yeah, winding down in 2025. A dozen more to get Shah Faisal. We talked about the benefits of the batting team in situations like these. With so much wicket in hand, a well-set batsman in Usman Khan, and Faraz Ali has come out and he's played free.
We'll go for a leg by, I think. Have to wait for the umpire's signal. Usman hobbles to the non-striker end to close out over. Number 18 is 156 for 4. Can you mute us? Are we mute?
So Mohamed Ilyas comes back into the attack. Shah Faisal, 11 to win.
Carves it away. And that will run away. Just bouncing away to the boundary. And Usman Khan takes his team closer to victory.
Yeah, another good big shot into the offside. And we've seen Usman Khan, Shah Faisal really batted extremely well. 6 sixes from him. And that brings up the only 4 in the innings we've seen from him. So it's 7 to win now. So start from Elias, ball outside the off stump. And a slashing shot from Usman Khan. He's really batted well and could cross them. Will definitely cross them for a championship here.
There's a slight hold up in play as we watch this replay. This is Usman's preferred method. Back and across and then clears the front leg. Could barely reach it with one hand. Umpire wants to have a check at this late stage. That does look to have gone over the line, so let's umpire make the call.
Yeah, the use of technology in the playoff stage has really come in handy. Always difficult for the umpires to be at every place.
Okay. Still waiting on that decision for the boundary. And it has been given as 6. That takes the total to 161. 6 more runs, one of such blows, and the championship will come to a close. Yeah. Usman makes short work of it. Another boundary. Only 2 needed now. And in the process, Usman has taken over Milind Kumar as the leading run scorer of the tournament as well, continuing his brilliant form.
Yeah, a couple of 4s to start with Mohamed Elias. And it looks like it's curtains down here for the Kingsmen. Stallion X on the verge of getting to the required target, required score. We're looking at what, Shaw Faisal? 168 are we looking at?
167. As this one got himself into a bit of a tangle. 165 on the board now. A target of 167, just 2 away. Two deliveries left in the over. Last ball was dot. It went into his pads.
Put something to let it happen.
Thank you, Lenny. In fact, 3 deliveries left in the over. What would we do without you, Lenny? Oh, I thought that was the winning moment, but scores are tied. Good effort from Aryan Satish to prevent the boundary. Might have taken a knock in the process, but the scores are level. And it will be down to Faraz Ali to hit the winning runs.
Yeah, the Stallion X returns to the scene 3 years later, Shaw Faisal, and they are on the verge of lifting the prestigious Atlanta Open in 2025. And it could happen in this over. Scores level, and here is Mohamed Elias to Faraz Ali. Turned into the onside. Victory for Stallion X, and a very impressive one for Faraz Ali, and Usman Khan brings it home. And what a memorable victory, a fantastic one here for Stallions X. They are champions in 2025 at the Atlanta Open.
Well, what a victory. They done it with ease in the 19th over. Plenty of time and wickets to spare. Coach Grant Bradburn and his charges will be very, very proud of this wonderful campaign. Great camaraderie between the two teams, of course, belonging to the same franchise. What an achievement for them, both of the teams, to get into the finals. But on the big day, Usman Khan stood up and was the difference. And now the customary handshake. The officials done a fantastic job. Yet another memorable season of Atlanta Open has come to a close. This time, the victorious team, the Stallion X, their second championship victory in the history of Atlanta Open. They become the only team to have won the championship twice, and no team has been incidentally able to defend their target. This year, it was Clarion Eagles who were knocked out at the semi-final stage. But what a tournament and what a win.
Yeah, a big victory for them. Usman Khan, he was simply good. We also saw a good knock from Tajinder Singh and Aryan Kananta at the top of the order. And Shahan Jayasuriya also chipped in with 20 runs short of Faisal. So what a game we have seen. Stallion X, winner in 2025.
Yeah, great performances, great individual performances. We had some close finishes. This final, well, it couldn't quite go down to the wire, but individual skills of brilliance were on display. Have a look at this batting card. Arya Kananta got a chance to open alongside Tajinder Singh. They did do quite well. Number 3, Usman Khan, unbeaten half century as well for him. And the target was achieved with ease. Stallion X are taking all the plaudits. And like I said, plenty of big prizes will be distributed. The winners will take away a check of 100 grand and the runners up $20,000.
A look at the bowling card. Big eyes, all eyes were on Usman Qadir to see how well he can do. He needed a couple of wickets to stay on top, but he did not. And so he ties with Asif Mahmood. Couple of wickets for Aryan Satish, 2 for 27. But not a lot of wickets fall, so only 5. And you can see that's your bowling card.
Yeah, well, Lenny, tournament from Tuesday all the way to Sunday afternoon here was played at the Paramveer Sports Complex. Beautiful facilities. The most gorgeous of weathers that you could ever wish to play and watch cricket. We were truly blessed. And the music is thumping in the background. You could see unbroken sky. And as the final presentation ceremony will be held in a short while, all the preparations are being made for that. We can look back at another very successful Atlanta Open. And Lenny, if we are got to go by your favorite subject, which is the best players of the tournament, you work tirelessly behind the scenes to get your numbers right. So when we ending this broadcast, we might just come back and check on those numbers, as it's just about time to compile them. But this run chase really didn't pose any difficulty for the Stallions from the get-go.
All right, so we'll take a short break and resumes when the presentation party is all set up to go.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
We apply the pressure.
So that's the presentation table all set to go. But Shaw Faisal, let's take a look back at what we've seen here. Kingsmen, of course, winning the toss, electing to bat. We saw Osama Razak at the top of the order.
He started off quite belligerently with that big six. His innings didn't last very long, though. The man who hit for a six, Hassan Mohsin, takes the catch and gives him the send-off. Aryan Satish reckons the ball kept low on him. There was boundaries few and far between in that early stage until Hamad Azam got in on the act. That was Raghav, but then Hamad Azam hit a couple of lusty blows to get the innings rolling.
Yeah, you're right on that. Take a look at this one out at the park again. But then wickets, we talked about wickets falling. And after the couple of sixes, this happened into the offside. Not a massive six, so the sixes keep coming here, especially off the bat of Hamad Azam. And they really batted good at the front. This one down the ground. This one looks to be Milind Kumar. A lovely shot. He's had really a good series.
That was the partnership of the innings, Milind Kumar and Hamad Azam. Milind Kumar also in full flight in this tournament. He had a fantastic Atlanta Open. Hamad Azam obviously making his first appearance, sat out for the most of the tournaments with injury, but he did play a good hand. He got one for the team as well. But when the run chase began, it was 6-6-6 to begin with. Their opening partnership was pretty good.
Yeah, we saw a good knock from Tajinda and Aryan Kananta at the top of the order. Shaw Faisal. Aryan Satish, he bowled well. And look at that, stumped is Aryan Kananta. And then, of course, the onslaught continued for a while. So we really have seen good cricket here. Usman Khan came out. And he really batted well. Ball driven into the offside. Cross away for four. Aryan Satish, good young player to watch.
He got opportunities to bowl and then also got a wicket, which he will cherish. Then Usman Khan, this is one of his go-to shots against spinner. Gets low, get under the ball and access the onside and then go the conventional slog sweep to find the boundary again.
Yeah, Shahan Jayasuriya, while Usman was hitting sixes, he was carving fours. And look at that. Equally enough boundary for Shahan Jayasuriya. Batted extremely well. And got a 20 in the process. But look at this one, inside out from the left-hander. And into the hands of the fielder.
And that was the final wicket. After that, Usman Khalid came in, joined Usman Khan.
Yeah, that's Faraz Ali this time. Faraz Ali with a very good uppercut. And it all came down to single digits by here on. Shaw Faisal, Usman Khan continued to bat along. And he was the one responsible for getting them across the line. Another four.
Well, these are the glittering trophies that will be handed out. The winners will take the big trophy and a prize of $100,000. The runner-up will pick up $20,000. There's plenty of individual prizes as well. Player of the match for the final. And plenty of individual awards for bowling, batting and wicket keeping. Well, final preparations are just about done. But before that, we're going to take a short break and come back with the presentation ceremony.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
deeper now on his smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Before we get started, I would like for everybody to salute the people who don't always appear on the screen or on the air, but these people are who make this tournament happen: the groundskeepers, the umpires, and everyone who is in any way assisting. I'd like for all of you to give them a round of applause. So let's get into the finals presentation relating to this match that was just played. I'd like to first recognize the player of the finals, and by the way, the presenter for this tournament or for this award is the founding matron of Tarik Real Estate. Say hello to Miss Fasal Katema. Okay, Fatema. My apologies. I'll try that again. Miss Kazal Fatema. Thank you. The player of the finals, 60 from 36 balls, from the Stallions, Usman Khan. Very well done, Usman. The next award that we'd like to present is for the best keeper, and for this I'd like to invite forward Mr. Jayesh Patel. Mr. Jayesh Patel, by the way, this facility does not exist without this man, Mr. Jayesh Patel. The best keeper with 6 catches, 2 runouts for 8 total dismissals is from the Atlanta Fire, Lahira Malantha. And accepting the award on his behalf, Lahira is not able to be here, is Mr. Babu Islam, Assistant Manager of the Atlanta Fire. Thank you. Next, I'm going to ask Mr. Halim Yusuf, who is the senior manager of the Atlanta Fire, to be in place to award this next award, which is somebody who's a little bit more, we heard this name a lot more than we wanted to this week. 270 runs, a high score of 96, and a strike rate, an incredible strike rate of 163. Again, from the Stallions, Usman Khan. Very well done again, Usman. Next award. And by the way, the presenter for this award is the head coach of the Atlanta Fire, Mr. Monte Desai. For the best bowler in this Atlanta Open 2025, 15 wickets, an economy rate of 6.8, an incredible average of 8.53. From the Stallions X, Asif Mahmood. Well done, Asif. And then the final individual award that we would like to present today is for the most valuable player of the series. With the bat, this player had 206 runs. With the ball, 9 wickets. And in the field, 5 catches. Help me congratulate from the Central Cardinals, Mr. Raymond Reefer. I would also like to point out that Mr. Reefer was not available to be here, but congratulations to you, Raymond. You did really well. Now, we get to the business end of the presentation. First, we're going to highlight the team that finished second on the day. And that team is the Kingsmen. You all had a really good game, it just happened to come up short on the day. But first, we'd like to invite each of you to come forward and receive a medal from Mr. Mohammed Hassan Tariq. First, Akhtar Shah. If you all are so inclined, you can applaud, really. Next, Anwar Ali. Next, Awazia. Yeah. Hamad Azam. Hassan Khan. Milind Kumar. Mohamed Ilyas. Ramiz Raja. Saad Ali. Ziaul Haq. Nkrumah Bonner. Osama Razak. Shajil Khan. Usman Kadir. Aryan Satish. Raghav Satish. And finally, let's invite forward the captain, Mr. Ikra Faruqi. So Ikra, for the second time today, we'll have a conversation. Tell me about the efforts in the field today. What went wrong, or where did you fall short?
I think they played outstanding. Osman, I mean, you can't say anything about him. I mean, he played outstanding innings. Hats off to them, and I'm proud of my boys. I think we did everything we can to restrict them, but we fell short.
A few injuries in your lineup. Yeah. How much of an impact do you think that had on the game?
I think we've been playing through injuries throughout the Atlanta Open. I think we grinded it out, but hats off to the guys who have played today and throughout the whole Atlanta Open. So I'm proud of them.
So the second best team today gets a check for $20,000. What are you going to do with your part of the money?
Shout out to Fawaz Server, the owner of the team. The effort that he has put in to put two teams together. It was his dream to play in the finals with both teams. And I'm just happy that we have fulfilled this dream. I'm sure he's proud of us, and we're proud of them.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
See you back in Texas. Yeah. Ikra Faruqi, everybody. Yes. And now, yes, please. And finally, once more, help me recognize the Kingsmen. And now finally, ladies and gentlemen, the team that on the day proved to be the better team, Stallions X. First, I'd like to invite forward the man who you all will know this resume: 110 test matches, over 7,500 runs, an architect of, in my mind, the best team in cricket history, Sir Clive Lloyd. So each of the members of the Stallions X will come forward, please, starting with Ehsan Adil. Faraz Ali. Ghulam Mudassar. Hassan Mohsin. Sharad Lamba. Shayan Jahangir. Shehan Jayasuriya. Tajendra Singh. Usman Khalid. Asif Mahmood. Kashif Bhatti. Usman Khan. And finally, the captain, Salman Abbasi. Oh. I guess it'll be Cheyenne. Come on over. Cheyenne Jahangir, you've had a good couple months.
For sure, alhamdulillah for it, and it's mainly because of the teammates that I've had. I've had great memories and lots of learnings with the boys that I've spent time with.
You obviously know your opponents very well. What was the difference between the two teams today?
No difference. I think we've tried to build this culture in the Kingsmen franchise, and it's about playing hard cricket. And today, whoever is victorious doesn't change the fact that Kingsmen is staying on top in America cricket, and we're going to try to keep us on top till our legs can't run anymore, inshallah.
I've known you probably 10, 15 years. I've never seen you bowl before.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I gotta keep some tricks in my pocket and not let the world see it, you know. But got some fun in the middle today. Got an over, and I'm happy for it.
Really well done. Proud of you all. So, the moment that you all have been waiting for, please. Oh, okay. Please go over here to Mr. Clive Lloyd and accept the trophy for the championship, Atlanta Open 2025. Stallions X. Go back in front. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching and for attending. That concludes our presentation here at the Paramvere Sports Complex in Atlanta, Georgia. Congratulations to the Kingsmen, or to Stallions X rather, and good night and good luck.